Sorry, it's coming off. Good evening. I call to order the regular meeting of the Conroe Independent School District Board of Trustees to order for Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. The time is 5:04. A quorum of the board is present, and this meeting has been duly posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. At this time, please rise for the invocation by Trustee Gambino, and then I will tell you about our pledge and who's presenting the colors afterwards.
Heavenly Father, thank you for another day and another opportunity to serve you. Lord, I'm thankful for each teacher, administrator, and staff member who has chosen to serve in our district. They give so much of themselves each day for our children, and I ask that you hold them, support them, and provide for them. Let them feel the fullness of your love and grace. Lord, I lift up every child in our district. Remind them that they are loved, that they are created in your image, and that you have a purpose for their lives. And I ask you to bless their families and meet each one of their unique needs. And Lord, I also ask that we serve these children to help us to be their hands and feet, your hands and feet, serving them with love, compassion, and purpose. And Lord, for those here tonight, give us the discernment to make decisions that serve our children well and honor you. And lastly, Lord, I lift up those who are hurting, those who are grieving or walking through illness or other difficulties. Bring them peace, comfort, and strength, and surround them with your presence. We ask all this in your name. Amen.
All right, this evening we are blessed to have charter partners from Trinity Episcopal Church in the Woodlands, Girls Troop 1777, Boys Troop 777, Sea Scout Ship 777, Cub Scout Pack 777, and Venturing Crew 112 to lead us in the presentation of colors and the pledge. Please be prepared.
Color Guard, advance. Color Guard, halt. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. For those not in uniform, please place your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the Texas state flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. 2. Color Guard, post the colors. Color Guard, retreat. Thank you for allowing the Scouts of Boys Troop 777, Girls Troop 1777, Venturing Crew 112, Sea Scouts Ship 777, and Cub Scout Pack 777 of George Strait District, Sam Houston Area Council to present the colors at this school board meeting.
Please be seated. Please be seated. Thank you all very much for being here and doing that. We're so excited and thankful to have these young men and women that are taking part of coming to our board meetings and presenting our colors and leading us in the pledge each month. And we're glad to partner with them. The time is now 5:08. The board will move into closed session as authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act for the following Texas Government Code items. Section 551.074, discuss a principal candidate. Section 551.071, a legal update. And Section 551.072, the potential sale of a property. All final votes, actions, and decisions will be taken upon open session. The board is now back in open session and the time is 6:15. There is no action items based on today's closed session. But before we continue with special recognition, I'm going to start with a special recognition from the board. Whew, I'm going to try to get through this. Today, we'd like to specially recognize a 35-year veteran in public education, Miss Ruby Monty. Trustee May's mother, who passed yesterday, and we are thankful that she is here with us today, and we're thankful that Miss Monty provided us with Trustee May. In recognition of her, we'd ask that all educators in the room please stand and be recognized. Today's meeting, we would like to dedicate to Ms. Ruby Monty after 35 years of service in public education. Okay, that being said, moving on to our next special recognition. Dr. Merle?
Good evening. President Odenweller, members of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Vinson. I get to bring all the excitement to the meeting right off the bat with recognizing students, and it can't get any better than recognizing students on a great evening. And it's my honor to present to you first 3 wonderful student athletes. The first recognition is going to be in powerlifting. At this time, will the coaches and powerlifting state champions please come forward? There you go. Our first athlete, Conroe High School powerlifting coach John De La Rosa, and 242-pound powerlifting champion Aaron Quell. Aaron competed in the unequipped division, and it's the first year of this category, so everything he did is a state record as well as state champion. Aaron is a junior and set a state record with a 375-pound bench press. He also recorded a 550-pound squat and a 55-pound deadlift for a total of 1,480 pounds. I am proud to recognize Aaron Quell as the first 2026 powerlifting state champion in the unequipped category. Next is Grand Oaks High School with powerlifting coach John Danzer, with the 220-pound powerlifting state champion Skylar McEldowney. Skylar competed in the equipped category and posted some amazing weight with 485-pound bench press, 610-pound deadlift, and a 705-pound squat. He totaled 1,800 pounds on his way to a state championship. I'm excited to recognize Skylar McEldowney as the 2026 220-pound powerlifting state champion. The Woodlands is next, and the Woodlands continues its success at the powerlifting meet this year with Coach Craig Smith and 114-pound state champion Eduardo Barrera. They claimed the Woodlands' 9th state champion. Eduardo dedicated himself to accomplishing high goals set for himself at the state meet. He had a great day and posted 255-pound bench, a 470-pound squat, and 445-pound deadlift for a total of 1,100 pounds, about 5 times his body weight. He was also awarded the best platform squat for the region. Please help me congratulate the 2026 114-pound state champion, Eduardo Barrera. Last, this accomplishment could not happen without the support of their principal, their athletic coordinator, and of course their parents. Will all of you please stand and be recognized?
Well, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, we're really excited to celebrate not just with your coaches and your families, but with the entire community. And so for you powerlifters, there's just something special about getting that bar on your back. And so I know that it takes a lot of work, determination, as much mental and emotional stamina as it does physical. So we're very excited that you made these huge accomplishments and you've got those new 1 rep maxes as well. So congratulations.
Should we move?
At this time, will the College Park boys soccer team, coaches, and trainers please come forward?
That gold looks mighty fine.
All right, second row. This is second row. There's a bunch of them. All right. When you open a school, you hope that you have a lot of success in all areas: academics, athletics, and fine arts. All dream of state championships or their equivalent honor. College Park will complete 21 years and have had many successes in academics and fine arts, but tonight they will add to this success of the school with its first team athletic state championship in school history. College Park played an outstanding season with the leadership of Coach Michael Jaskowicz. They amassed a season record of 19-3-3 and a district record of 12-2-2 with 84 goals scored and 22 given up. You can clearly see that 13 6A district is very strong. They battled in the playoffs and survived 2 games, ending in double overtime and decided in penalty kicks. The last one captured the state championship. Leading the way for the Cavaliers was number 11, Salim Sharif, with 22 goals and 12 assists on the season, and the state tournament most valuable player. Also earning state tournament recognition is number 7, Alex Harcourt, and number 1, Sebastian Hernandez, and goalkeeper, number 9, Miguel Becerra. Close. Sorta? Okay. Yeah. Perfect tonight. The team could not have accomplished this task without the support of the College Park family, led by Mr. Robert McFarland and the incredible parents. And our new athletic coordinator sitting in the stands that night, I believe Coach Burrow, but he is with all of his football parents at Mom's Night at football. So if you will, please stand and be recognized. It is with excitement that I present to you the 2026 Boys Soccer State Championship Team, College Park High School.
There was nobody who was more freaked out than Rob. I mean, you were wanting this team to win, and there's, you know what? You love your coach, and that was another thing that was, I mean, it was a touching moment. I mean, I was so wet and cold and ready to be out.
Because it was raining, right? That's why. Well, I just, again, on behalf of the board and probably the only soccer mom on the board, I have a special place for soccer. I know the amount of time that you guys put in, both between club and high school. There's a lot of hours every week. So the determination and your focus is worth the effort. Congratulations. Really excited for you guys. Give them another round of applause.
It's okay to smile, guys.
Perfect. Stay there so parents can get photos real fast.
Can y'all get up there after that?
We'll need our photographers to tell us where to go.
No, I mean, this is the captain, not me.
Board members, adults.
The thing is that I want to take a picture and Cassidy's helping me sit down. Yeah. I'll call it work.
Alright, everybody look right here again. 1, 2, 3. Stay right there. One more. And stay right there for parents real quick. And then y'all can make Cassidy.
Don't move. Y'all take a long time. Go ahead. Yeah, they're a little bit more involved than me. All right, Dr. Vincent. All right. Forward. Okay, there we go. All right.
Okay. She's got cookies. Look at her cookies. She's going to eat cookies. Reminds me when you ate salad. Remember when you ate salad in the audience? Best part. Best day ever. Portia. Do you have any more of these? Okay.
You mean these?
Huh? Yeah, that. What?
He does it on the side.
Are we still doing this one? Possible action on it?
No. Rust it off. All right. We will now move to citizen participation. Public comment is conducted in accordance with Board Policy BED Local, and each speaker will have 2 minutes to address the board. The board will listen but not engage in discussion during this portion of the meeting. Ms. Spurlock, please call our first speaker.
Mace Nevins.
Mace, are you okay if you come around the other side, or do you want to stay on that side?
I can see all.
Okay, that's fine. That's perfectly fine.
Yep. Hello, my name is Mace. Hello, my name is Mace Nevins. I am a 5th grader at Clark Intermediate. I have 2 concerns for you today. We need more recess and less computers in school. All of the experts say when kids do better when they are outside in the sun and getting sufficient movement. I only have 15 minutes of recess at most if I rush through lunch. We need more recess. We are still just kids. Recess benefits kids because the sun gives you more energy. The movement helps you get out wiggles so that we can be more efficient in class. Second, having computers in the classroom causes distractions due to the addictive nature of screens. Since the blue light is very stimulating, it causes the eyes to lock onto the screens. Also due to the ability of playing games on the computer, it is very hard to choose the right thing and to not play video games when you are supposed to be doing your work. You know you're supposed to be doing your work, yet your brain can't focus on it. When other kids are playing games because they're finished with their work, it's really hard not to watch them and to focus on my own assignments. The light, color, movement, and sometimes even sound from their screens makes it almost impossible for me to focus on my work, so I am often falling behind. If computers went in the classroom, it wouldn't be such a problem. The opportunities for distraction would be a lot less, which would benefit everybody, but especially kids like me with ADHD. Let's bring back more recess, switch back to textbooks and paper, so that all students can be more successful.
Well done, Mace.
TJ Herbert.
Hi, my name is TJ. I am a 4th grader. Thank you for letting me speak today. A few weeks ago, I heard our STEM class would not be able to run anymore. I was upset and asked my mom what we could do. She told me to write a letter. She's a teacher, so I think she just wants me to practice writing. But I wanted to do more, so I asked to speak to the people in charge. I was mad at first, mad that my little brothers couldn't experience the best class ever. My mom and teacher explained about the budget to me, and I understand more now. Now I want to speak to say thank you to Miss Gaskins, my STEM teacher. Thank you for having the best, funnest class. I surveyed the 4th grade and more than 75% of students chose STEM as their favorite subject in specials. You have helped me learn to code, helped me with my GT project, taught me about chemical reactions, made me love domino runs, taught me about building structures, and most importantly, you inspired me to one day be an engineer for NASA.
Board members, I am asking you that one day you will consider having a STEM program for all elementary schools. I'd also love to see this class in my future new school, Fowler. You could be the school district that inspires future scientists. It might not be in the budget now, but please consider a STEM program in the future. Also, I am a great mathematician if you want me to look at the budget someday. Thank you, Miss Gaskins, for teaching me and all the other students. You are the GOAT.
Alawatoni, Ada Rigby, B. Okay.
Go ahead and tip it. I think you can tip it upward. There you go.
Good evening, President O'Dueller, members of the board, and Dr. Vincent. My name is Oluwatoni, and I am currently a junior at Oak Ridge High School. I'm here today because I believe there is a massive opportunity for us to work together that we fully haven't tapped in today. Today, I am here to propose implementing a superintendent council. Instead of just having general meetings, this council would focus on specific issues that both the students at high schools as well as the superintendent and the overall CIC board focus on. Whether it's mental health, campus safety, or preparing for life after graduation, the work of this council along with the superintendent would allow us to work side by side to have fatal feedback. I have designed this to be a manageable, no-cost model for the district, to have 1 or 2 representatives from each high school within Conroe ISD, along with a chair of a student trustee, a vice chair, and a secretary. I'm proposing having a student trustee where a student leader can sit at this table along with you. While they wouldn't have a vote, they would participate as a student perspective on the issues that you discussed today, ensuring our voice as students are part of the public record and are considered before final decisions are made. I'm not just asking for a seat at the table, I'm offering to help you build it. Conroe ISD is one of the fastest growing districts within Texas, and I am proud to be a part of that district. And we should be leading the way in how we involve students within governance. I'd love to work with you to make this a reality for the 2026 to 2027 school year. Let's show everyone that in Conroe that student voice matters. Thank you so much.
Cadence Walker.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cadence Sadie Beth Walker. I go by my middle name, Sadie Beth. I'm a senior at Caney Creek High School. Today, I come forward to shine a light on an issue that needs to be addressed. Conroe Independent School District is choosing not to sign the contract that keeps CIS in our schools. This means we are losing the entire program of communities in schools. This program provides clothes, food, hygiene products, and so much more to students in need. I personally know many students who go home to no electricity, no water, or sometimes no food. This is not because their parents are choosing to neglect them. This is an issue caused by our low-income area. 80% of students at Caney Creek High School are economically disadvantaged. In total, 45% of students in Conroe Independent School District are. Caney Creek High School makes up a huge portion of that number. Communities in schools does so much more than ensure basic necessities to students in need. It also ensures that students simply walk across the stage. I know many who would have made it to graduation with support from communities in schools, if only they had met Ms. Burke sooner. I think the district should reconsider cutting funding for all of CIS. Schools like Caney Creek High School depend on programs like these, and I'm not the only one who thinks this. Over the last 3 business days, me and a few students went around petitioning others and questioning whether or not they believed our school should have CIS. Over 1,038 staff, students, and family members of students agreed. This is 1/3 of my school. Why should any student have to go home because of district's financial management? I hope that you all hear this issue and think about it, because a hungry student should never be a problem in 2026. The CIS program has brought so much more to our school outside of financial assistance. It's given us Miss Regina Burks. Miss Burks has always been a motherly figure to our student body. She makes sure we have a shoulder to lean on if needed and constantly goes out of her way for us. I have never met anyone as determined and loving as Miss Burks. I'm very proud to have known her during my time at high school, and I wish nothing more for her to continue to guide future students. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Bridget Nevins.
Good evening. My name is Bridget Nevins. You heard from my mom last month and now my son Mace. He is such an incredible kid. It has been really hard to watch his struggles in school being compounded by the inappropriate, excessive, and unhelpful use of computers in the classroom. We need to be smart about what computer use looks like in our schools. Using computers for math quizzes and exams, where students have to copy the equation down onto paper in order to solve it, just to copy the answer back to the computer, is a recipe for disaster, especially for those who struggle with working memory and visual input to hand output integration. Why are we making math more difficult by forcing computer work into these classrooms? I've been told that my son does not qualify for printed math quizzes or tests as part of his IEP since he does not have a visual impairment. But why should I have to even ask for this as an accommodation when it should be the norm for all students? Printed math tests should be the default, not the exception. I'm told my son is doing fine with a ton of support from his teachers at school and me at home, but he's really barely just treading water, inches away from drowning when he could be swimming. He is smart, but this current situation is designed for him and others like him to fail. Computers do have a place in school for tasks such as typing essays in English, or even more so in a separate intentional computer literacy class. If we expect children in 3rd grade to have the skills of typing an extended response for standardized testing, or to use typing as a dysgraphia accommodation, then we need to ensure they're proficient at typing starting in at least 2nd grade. This can then grow and adjust to teach real-life computer skills needed for their academic and professional lives, internet safety, application proficiency, and so on. Something needs to change. Knowledge is power. If you weren't aware before, you know now. Please use your power to generate the change and help these students who are struggling before it's too late. Thank you.
Katie Fisher.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Vision. My name is Katie Fisher, and I am a parent volunteer at Wilkinson Elementary. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of something that has profoundly impacted our students, the STEM program. While I understand that difficult financial decisions must be made, I ask that you consider what is truly being lost here. Not just a program, but an experience that has shaped how our children see themselves as learners. I have had the privilege of watching Miss Gaskins in action, and I can say without hesitation, she brings learning to life. She is quite simply our real Miss Frizzle. Through her, students don't just learn science, technology, engineering, and math, they step inside it. They explore virtual worlds through VR, conduct hands-on experiments, grow gardens, build bridges, learn coding, and so much more. They not only get to build, create, and watch amazing things happen, but get to learn the why behind it. These are not just activities, they are moments where curiosity is sparked and confidence is built. What makes this program so special is that every child succeeds in STEM. For students who may struggle in a traditional classroom setting, this is where they shine. I have seen this firsthand as a parent volunteer at the school. This is where they feel capable, creative, and proud of themselves. It's where problem-solving skills develop, imaginations grow, and a love of learning takes root. Eliminating this program sends a message, one that many children will feel deeply, that these opportunities are expendable, but to them, they are everything. I respectfully ask that the district reconsider this decision or explore alternative ways to preserve this program, either now or in the future. Because what's being lost is not just STEM, it's a space where every child feels successful. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Laura Matt.
Good evening, Dr. Vincent and members of the board. My name is Laura Mott, and I'm a proud parent of 2 children at Wilkinson Elementary in 3rd and 2nd grade. I'm here tonight to talk about the removal of the STEM program on our campus. Our students look forward to STEM every single week. It is the highlight of their school routine. More importantly, this program builds the exact skills that our children will need to succeed in the future. Strong problem solving, clear communication, and creative thinking. From pre-K all the way through 4th grade, this hands-on learning is planting the seeds for tomorrow's engineers and scientists. None of this would be possible without the extraordinary effort and passion of Mrs. Megan Gaskins. She created this program from the ground up and has poured her heart into making it something truly special. In her classroom, skills that sometimes get lost in a regular schedule, collaboration, curiosity, and out-of-the-box thinking come alive. She has helped so many students discover hidden talents they never knew they had, talents that will shape their futures in powerful ways. Without the STEM program, our entire campus culture will lose something bright and irreplaceable. The excitement, the confidence, and the sense of possibility that Mrs. Gaskins brings to our children every week will be greatly diminished. When district funds become available again, I sincerely hope that you will consider bringing this outstanding STEM program to every elementary campus in Conroe ISD. Our students deserve every opportunity to build the skills they will need to thrive in the world that awaits them. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on their behalf.
Duran Rios Aparicio. Duran Rios Aparicio. Wendy Maurer. Wendy Maurer. Carter Maurer. Carter Maurer. Destiny Milton.
Good afternoon. I'm here to speak about two decisions this board has made: the reassignment of instructional and behavioral coaches and the removal of community in schools. In recent weeks, this board has boasted on Facebook about their balanced budget being achieved through these changes. Celebrating this while people's careers are upended is both unkind and deeply out of touch. Because these are not just positions, they are educators, families, and people who have spent years supporting our students and are now facing uncertainty. And yet, those losses have been treated like success. What is also concerning is that these decisions were made without the input of principals, campus leaders, and communities, those who know our schools best. We also have to ask what is driving these decisions. Is it data or partisan think tanks? Because the data does not support your choices. Ending community in schools is a clear example of that. As a former teacher, I saw what this program really is. It is not a charity, it is a lifeline. It connects students to mental health care, food, mentorship, stability, and so much more, so that way they can show up and they can learn. Data shows that 99% of these students graduate. Absenteeism goes down. This program works, and yet it's being cut. So imagine my surprise when I learned today that local businesses stepped up to sponsor the program and the board still chose to cancel it. A CISD teacher in our district even offered to supplement and sponsor her school's program. And instead of support, she got an investigation where the school district asked for her name to find out about her donation. If a child can't get to class because their basic needs are not met, then the things that we fund for the classroom will never reach them. Community in schools make sure it does. Over 26,000 students in this district rely on this program. I am asking you to reconsider. Losing this program will cost our district state funding and will harm our students. Do not take away something that we know works.
Yoshiko Agawa Real.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yoshiko Gaorio, and my daughter is a sophomore at the Woodlands High School who takes Japanese 3 class. Today, I would like to express my concern on district's decision in canceling Japanese program at the Woodlands High School, and I would also like to talk about or offer a solution to the problem. The Woodlands High School almost canceled the entire Japanese classes, except for Japanese 2, to meet the bare minimum requirement without communicating with parents. Later, school explained that low number of students enrollment was the reason to cancel. I would like to ask all school officials in the district to be considerate when making changes like this with ample communication with parents. Dr. Vincent, Dr. Merrill, and our principal, Mr. Musler, had listened to our concerns and made a decision to continue Japanese 2, 3, and 4 for those who are currently taking Japanese. Ms. Elizabeth Hojo, a current Japanese teacher at College Park High, will cover 2 high schools, and her salary will be supported by 2 high schools. I'm very grateful for this updated decision, but here comes my second concern. The Woodlands High is not offering Japanese 1 to freshmen, and that means basically the program will be phased out. We will lose unique academic program with 36 years of history just to save one or two teachers' salary. We're one of the 20 schools in Texas to offer this unique Japanese program. Please consider a broader perspective in what you save and what you lose from canceling the program. Lastly, I would like to talk on solution to the problem. If money is tight, there are Japanese government-affiliated institutions to support this program. If we stretch for 1 more year with a new teacher to recruit new students and offer Japanese 1 class at the Woodlands High School, we will have time to apply for funding for the following few years. This is legal and doable. Another solution is to recruit more students. Now we're aware of low enrollment, we can go out and then hold the programs, advertise the program. Thank you so much.
Courtney Burkett.
Hi, I'm Courtney Burkett, speaking on behalf of myself and my son, who is a junior at the Woodlands High School in Japanese 3. I'm here to talk about something that goes far beyond a single class or elective. The Japanese exchange program has made possible by our high school Japanese language courses. This program is not about learning vocabulary or grammar. It is about building real connections, developing global awareness, and preparing students for the world they are about to enter. My family has seen the impact of this program firsthand. We've personally hosted 3 exchange students in our home. These students didn't just visit, they became part of our family. Through them, we experienced Japanese culture in a deeply personal way, and in return, we were able to share our own. My son has been inspired by these experiences and is now hoping to study in Japan for a month this summer and live with a host family in Japan. That opportunity exists because of this program and these teachers. It has given him a goal and a sense of purpose and a genuine excitement for learning. Through the exchange program, students have the rare opportunity to engage directly with another culture, not through textbook, but through lived experience. They build relationships with students across the world, experience daily life in a different country, and gain a deeper understanding and perspective of different from their own. These are lessons that cannot be replicated in a classroom alone. In today's increasingly interconnected world, cultural understanding is not optional. It is essential. Programs like this help students develop empathy, adaptability, communication skills that are critical for success in college, careers, and life. Eliminating the Japanese program at TWHS means closing the door, not just to language learning, but to a cultural exchange, personal growth, and a global perspective. I urge you to consider what we are taking away, not just what we are saving. Because the value of this program cannot be measured solely in dollars, it is measured in the lives that it impacts and the future it helps shape. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Megan Gaskin.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Vincent. My name is Megan Gaskins. This is my 18th year here in CISD as a teacher. The past 4 years, I have been your only elementary STEM teacher. Recently, my allocation was taken away for the upcoming school year. I understand that difficult decisions had to be made, budgets are tight, and priorities must be weighed. There are a lot of educators in my shoes right now, and I am no important than the rest of them. But I'm here to ask you to bring this amazing class back when possible. My STEM class, the students don't just memorize answers, they discover them. They build, they test, they fail, and then they try again. I teach them that failure is okay, because failure opens the door to keep trying. For many of my students, this is the class where they finally feel successful. The students who struggle to sit still in a traditional classroom become designing solutions. The students who doubt their abilities suddenly light up when their ideas help their team win a challenge. This is when they realize, I can do hard things. That kind of confidence doesn't just stay in my classroom, it follows them everywhere. When we talk about preparing students for the future, STEM is not extra, it is essential. When you invest in this program, you are not just funding a class, you are shaping thinkers, creators, and problem solvers. My students can code a dance to MC Hammer's Can't Touch This. They travel our world and beyond through VR. They test their own max speed and discover what animal they can run as fast as. My students discover why a popped bag of popcorn weighs less than an unpopped bag of popcorn. They construct obstacle courses and build roller coasters. They build their favorite book scene out of Legos. One of my students even built a bridge that was recognized by the Civil Engineering Department at Texas A&M. Thank you. Whoop. Rather than cutting this program forever, let it grow. I think that every elementary and intermediate student should have what my students have had the past 4 years. When possible, please bring back the STEM program. Thank you for your time.
Darla Alexander. Darla Alexander. Susan Haji. Susan Haji. Colleen Duhan.
Good evening. I am a 56-year resident of Conroe Independent School District, graduated from Conroe High, and have children and grandchildren who graduated from Oak Ridge. I'll be ending a 32-year journey as a paraprofessional with 25 years as an in-school suspension teacher in the Oak Ridge feeder zone. I've had many people ask me why I love my job and what changes I have seen through the years. The answer is simple. I love helping kids. I have never been in it for the money, clearing $2,000 a month after 32 years. The most notable change I have seen is the lack of discipline in our schools. This lack of discipline begins at home, but across the district, when our faculty and staff are disrespected, threatened, and cursed at for simple requests, the consequences are sometimes much more cushioned as they were in the past years. The powers that be have tied teachers and administrators' hands, deciding what a consequence can be. Recess cannot be taken away, students should not miss class time, talking to a student and returning them to class are all signals to students that nothing's going to happen to them. Thankfully, I've had administrators and behavior support help me through the years when a student lost their mind in my room. Teachers must look out for the welfare of all the students and evacuate the classroom when that one student loses their marbles. Where is class time for these other students? My grandchildren express frustrations because of behavior issues distracting their learning time. Decisions concerning behavior and consequences trickles down through each campus. If teachers and administrators do not feel supported, the student causing the disruption wins. Behavior support and ISS rooms work for the good of all when done with consistency, rules, and consequences. Relationships are made with these students, and most times their grades improve. Students have contacted me through the years to share something I said to them that made a difference. I'm just a para, but I challenge each of you to take a few days out of your busy schedule and substitute at different levels to experience the challenges our administrators, faculty, and staff experience on a daily basis. In 32 years, I've never had admin or members see how my room worked for students. Changes can be a good thing, but without support for our teachers, especially in this area, dedicated teachers will continue to leave. Would you want to be threatened, cursed at, and disrespected at work?
Barbara Fuentes. Barbara Fuentes. Katie Moss.
Good evening. My name is Katie Moss, and I'm the PTO president at Wilkerson Intermediate, a Title I school in our district. I'm also the parent of a current fifth grader at Wilkerson, and I have another son who'll be entering the district in 2 years. I'm here tonight to speak on the elimination of the Community in Schools program and the Behavior Support program. While I understand the need for fiscal responsibility, I urge you to consider the true cost of this decision. At Wilkerson Intermediate and across our district, we serve families who rely on these programs for essential support. These are not extras, they are lifelines. Community and schools connect students to basic needs like food, clothing, and stable housing. The Behavior Support Program provides critical support for students who need guidance, structure, and intervention to be successful. Research consistently shows that when children are hungry, unhoused, and without adequate clothing, I'm right here, baby, their academic performance suffers. They cannot focus, they cannot fully participate, and they cannot reach their potential. And when students who need behavioral support do not receive it, it impacts not only their success, but the learning environment for every child in the classroom. When we remove these programs, we're not just cutting line items in a budget, we are removing essential systems that support student success and teacher effectiveness, especially in Title I schools like ours. As a PTO president and a parent, I see firsthand the needs within our community. Our families depend on these programs, our teachers depend on these programs, and most importantly, our students depend on these programs. I respectfully ask the board to reconsider this decision and explore alternative ways to address the budget shortfall. There must be other solutions that do not come at the expense of the children who need us the most. Because when we invest in meeting our students' basic needs and supporting their behavior and well-being, we are investing in their ability to succeed, and that benefits our entire district. I agree. All right, thank you.
Teresa Kinney. Teresa Kinney. Masumi Reed.
Hi, my name is Masumi Reed, and I was a language teacher, the Japanese language teacher at the Woodlands High School for 1993 to 2017, for almost 25 years. I really loved teaching Japanese at the Woodlands High School, and after I retired in 2017, I was in Tokyo, and then I was teaching Japanese at the university, and I really loved it as well. I was informed that the Woodlands High School Japanese class may not continue next school year, and it is continued. And if it can be continued, I would really like to be happy. So while I was teaching in the Woodlands High School, many students were involved in studying, learning Japanese culture, and also the exchange program. The Woodlands High School students visit Japan, and then Japanese high school students came here. For 21 years, after 25 years I was teaching, for 21 years I was taking about 20 students every summer, and then 3 Japanese high school students came to the Woodlands High School. And that was very enjoyable, and then I think the students really loved it. So several former students that I was teaching are working in Japan and really enjoying the life in Japan. So it is important for the American students to become interested in different languages and cultures. Next school year, the Japanese 2 and 3 and then 4 AP classes will continue by the College Park's teacher. When I started teaching Japanese, the Japanese company helped donating $5,000. And I thought one period for one first year can continue the part of the few more years until we have enough students to be able to study Japanese. So it may be possible, and if it may not be enough students of a full-time teacher, but it is possible to apply for the donation and also supporting the Japanese teacher from the Japanese Foundation and so forth. So I think it should be possible, and then I hope that they continue Japanese program. Thank you.
Amanda Villatoro.
Good evening, Dr. Vincent and the board. My name is Amanda Villatoro, and I am a parent of 2 Conroe ISD students. And aside from that, I am a natural advocate for all students. Before I continue, please note on the record that what drove me to come here today was speaking to several parents and fellow educators within the district who share the same concerns that I do. I would like to start by sharing a quote from the National Library of Medicine Journal. Thank you. Hagar Goldberg said, "The brain is the target organ of education." Now think about that for a moment. The brain is the target organ of education. So if the brain is the target organ of education, as it should be, because that is where learning occurs, I have some questions. Why are you allowing daily instruction routines and procedures that directly contradict what the brain needs to effectively learn? Why are you allowing teachers to deliver instruction using a sit and get model? Why are kids so stressed out they're killing themselves literally and figuratively? Why are you allowing instruction to be outside of the zone of proximal development, which is absolutely deconstructive to learning? Based on my observations and experiences with the district so far, here are some of my concerns. Our kids are in a box for 7 hours a day, with the exception of elementary students because they get 30 minutes of recess. This is less outside time than what prisoners are allotted on a daily basis when they are incarcerated. I have not seen any evidence of basic repeat to remember types of routines to help students actually retain what they're supposed to be learning. There's no evidence of project-based learning. I was in a classroom about a month ago and saw a girl sleeping during Tier 1 instruction, so clearly not all students have an emotional connection and are not actively engaged with the curriculum. There's no evidence that students are getting regularly scheduled breaks, specifically in nature, which according to brain researchers should be occurring every 90 minutes or so for durations lasting between 10 to 50 minutes, depending on the intensity of the lesson. These are just some of my concerns which directly go against what the brain needs in order for the learning process to be effective. These are legitimate concerns. I know you can't engage with me right now, but who should I be looking forward to hearing from? Because these are legitimate concerns. Who should I be looking forward to hearing from? Oh, you can't respond at all. Okay, thank you.
Rebecca Tarvin.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Tarvin. I have the privilege of working at Wilkinson Elementary. I'm here tonight because I can't sit back and do nothing as our STEM program is cut. I can't listen to the students express how STEM is one of the favorite specials they get to attend and simply sit back and watch. My heart is broken to think that we are not going to have STEM next year. This cut comes at the same time as the Artemis II mission concluded earlier this month. We are also seeing the conclusion of our school program that is designed to teach and build a love of science, technology, engineering, and math in our students. It is my hope that by standing up and speaking out, that you will bring back the STEM program when you're able. That our kids might have the chance to have big dreams and become astronauts. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for sharing. It's very important that we all participate in this process, and hearing from you is part of that, so thank you. Seeing no others, we will move on to our next item, which is consent agenda. These items will be taken in its entirety. I have not heard from anyone to have any items removed. That being the case, do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda as provided?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor show by the uplift of hands. The motion carries 7-0. Moving to our next, actually fun and exciting thing. We are going to look at moving to human resources. Dr. Vinson.
I am proud to have the opportunity. One of the first assistant principals I knew was Marcus, and I'm really excited to welcome him to our family. But because the MC is already here, I'm gonna let Dr. Merrill do the duties. So, and it looks like he has lots of support. President Odenwiller. There's lots of folks out there that love him too.
President O'Weller, members of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Vinson, it seems like tonight I get all the fun stuff so far, so I'm excited. It is my honor to be before you tonight to introduce the new principal of DAEP, JJAEP, and JDC. The alphabet school is sometimes what we call it, but is Mr. Marcus Cowart. Marcus is the current Associate Principal of Operations at Conroe High School. He also served as an Assistant Director of Transportation and Associate Principal of Special Populations during his time in Conroe. Throughout his career, he is working with challenging students and populations at APSE program and Title I schools has nurtured his enthusiasm for working with this population of students. He is committed to the belief that all students can achieve regardless of the challenges perceived or real, and that they bring to the classroom. He values the instructional component of DAEP, maintaining consistent instructional focus while addressing learning gaps and building student skills to support a successful transition back to their home campus. Marcus leads with compassion and maintains a clear focus on what is best for students, staff, and the school community. At this time, I would like to recognize his family and friends, some of which are watching online and in person. If you would please stand and be recognized. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Marcus Cowart.
Marcus, can you get at least, I know your family will want a picture. I know, yeah, very good. Y'all look good. Did I get everybody in there? All right, thank you.
There's one more trying to get a picture. Did you get it?
Did you get it? Yeah, absolutely.
Oh.
I'm 6'1".
I just want to.
What did he say?
I don't know. What did he say?
I'm 6'1".
Are you really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, he is.
What does that mean?
We are so excited to have you join our team over there. We know you have so much to bring. So thank you for your passion and your heart for those students and your many years of experience you're bringing over there. Thank you. Okay, moving on to our next item. Another thing that we're excited to do. I think this is Dr. Klepesky. Aren't you up for our mascot for Cartwright?
Can I say also that Dr. Gabe, man, she has really worked hard on this, and she takes all of these so serious about what she does, and she really does care. And, it's really nice when, she's a legend around these parts, and the thing is that it's really cool when she really does, she knows the importance of a mascot and about what people care about. And, when she made this request, and when the request was made to you, she really took it to heart. So.
President O'Dwyer, members of the board, and Dr. Vincent. So I'm speaking on behalf of the Cartwright family. They have reached out to me to ask for reconsideration. There wasn't a lot of participation in the voting for that mascot. And on the nominations, there were 3 horses and 1 cougar. The cougar was voted on by just a few people. Just to speak on the Cartwright's legendary status in our community. So they have owned the Conroe Western Wear since 1955. There are 2 children of Lynn. Lynn worked for Conroe High for many years. She did pass away in 2014. The family is very grateful that a school was named after her, but they would like consideration for the colt to be reconsidered. They have both of their children who are very involved in the Conroe area, owning the Conroe Western Wear. Were involved in horse raising and participation in 4-H and FFA throughout their childhood. Lynn, as the mother, took them back and forth to the horse competitions. The grandchildren are all involved in horsemanship. One is a true cowboy working at a ranch right now. They're involved in Montgomery County Fairground rodeo activities and Houston Fairground rodeo activities. So on their behalf, I would like to ask for reconsideration for the Cartwright Colts to be named for this school.
I am so glad that you have brought this forward because this family reached out to us the moment we named a school after her, and they asked for this, but it didn't make it through on the vote numbers, and we didn't want to override what the people participating did. And I'm so glad that you brought it forward because I know we all heard from them, and we were all wanting to do it, and we're just thrilled to have this opportunity. So I move that we rename the Cartwright mascot to be a colt. Do I have a second?
I second that.
Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor, show by the uplift of hands. And the motion carries 7-0.
I can't wait to call them. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Mr. McCord, receive information regarding Senate Bill 546, requirement for bus seat belts.
President Oldwiller, members of the board, Dr. Vincent, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight on the required report on school bus 3-point seat belts. So I was thinking about this as I was walking toward the podium. And in our roles, we're supposed to say nice things about people. And we do, because we need to, and it matters. But what I want to tell you, I'm not just saying it because that's the expectation of us. I'm saying this because I mean it with all my heart. And that is, in the last 3 years, Juan Melendez, who is behind me, I believe to my left, in the studio audience, has made a just incredible difference in the morale, the culture, the maintenance, going from analog to digital, everything about routing, customer service when it comes to transportation. And I mean that with complete fidelity. So Juan is here. His team came tonight to watch this, and they came of their own volition, I might add. And so if they could stand, I would like to recognize them if you're a part of transportation. Thank you. The key is they came of their own volition. So as we go forward, we're talking about Senate Bill 546. Districts around the state, and including us, are doing this. And so what it does is it changed some of the transportation code. And it requires districts to have all school buses to have 3-point seat belts by 2029. If a district cannot financially ensure that by 2029 that they can have all buses have 3-point seat belts, then a report must be given by May of this year. So we're ahead by 1 month. We thought that'd be a swell thing to do. So no action is needed tonight by you. We don't have to vote. We don't need any money. I just need to present the information. And within the information, I need to tell you about the number of buses without seat belts, the number of buses with 2-point lap seat belts, the number of buses with 3-point seat belts, and the estimated cost to equip all buses with 3-point seat belts. We upload that to Sentinel, the TEA. They take that data, and presumably they will do something with it. I don't know what that will be. So right now, the current fleet status, it really comes down to 3 different areas. Right now, I cannot say the majority, but to use a political term, the plurality of our buses have 3-point seat belts. We have 279 with 3-point seat belts. We are 3 years ahead in that regard. The ones that do not have seat belts are 246, and the ones that have 2-point, what we would call growing up lap seat belts, is 74. So this gives you, this is a component of what I need to present. I have to accentuate it with this, in that of all the things ever created by humans for transportation, buses with seat belts, lap belts, 3-point seat belts are among the most reliable and safe things that we have ever constructed on this planet. But this is the breakdown of where we are right now. It comes to a total of 599 school buses. I want to show you this because I think it's relevant. It shows you a heat chart map of where we are on the age of our buses before bond 2023 and after bond 2023. So I cannot overstate the importance and appreciation that we have to the Board of Trustees and to the voters of the community. By passing bond 2023, $12 million was in that bond to purchase new school buses. Most of the buses that we purchased as part of bond 2023 range between $150,000 and $158,000. Today, to purchase buses, the latest quote we were given was $175,000. And we were told to soon expect them to cross over the threshold of $200,000 per bus. But I really want to appreciate the purchasing $19 million using grant funds, and that was done with the coordinated efforts of Juan Melendez, Dana Boyer, Karen Garza, whose name comes up all the time, and Carl Klein. So this is exciting. What you can see is that, remember, a bus has an age of about 15 years. And that is but our buses age like dog years. Because instead of going out once and coming back once, we go out 3 times and come back 3 times. You can see that pre-bond 2023, about a third of our fleet was over 15 years. We're right back where we started from. And how we got there is summed up by the Steve Miller Band when they said time keeps slipping into the future. I've been waiting a month to use that. So, but long story short, in the 3 years, and this sounds like I'm being funny, but I'm being dead serious. In the 3 years since we passed bond 2023, 3 years have elapsed for everybody in this room and for all of our school buses. So to maintain buses is going to take a concerted, sustained effort because they get older all the time. And so if you look at it, you can see we've improved in the near end. On the far end, we're kind of right back where we started from. Just retrofitting, I have to give retrofitting cost. Retrofitting, there's a lot of granularity to it, but the short version, it's about $10 million to retrofit buses. All 320 that would need to be retrofitted with 3-point seatbelts. It'd come to about $10 million. Alternative options I'm required to give you tonight by Senate Bill 546, we could purchase new buses. If I ran upstairs right now and hit send before prices go up, it would cost us in the neighborhood of $54 million to replace buses and have all buses have 3-point seatbelts. There is a hybrid option, and we mentioned this just because we want to go above and beyond. We could retrofit buses that are 2013 or newer, and we could purchase buses that are 2012 and older. And that's a strange line. You may think of what was going on in 2012 or 2013. That is about the line of demarcation where the cost to retrofit a bus exceeds the value of the bus. So that's why we brought that up. There's also other issues such as certification, and they can really do about 1 per week at the manufacturers, but those are some options that we're required to give you. And I will just tell you where I grew up, and I also know where Dr. Vincent grew up because I went through there many times. $54 million is a lot of money, and $40 million is a lot of money. While we're talking bus, I thought I'd give a state of the fleet right now. The buses are important, and you can't overstate the importance of the buses. But just like we recognize these fine people that came tonight, really the most important thing are our drivers. And so year over year, here's where we are as far as unfilled routes. Standing at this podium many times, I've always said it just starts with having a driver behind that wheel every day who knows the kids, who knows the parents, who knows the geography, who knows the traffic. This is where we are right about now. Juan, don't we have a fair, a bus recruiting fair coming up? The 29th of April? At the Jet Center. All right, for those, tell your friends. April 29th.
We shared it.
We're hiring. We're hiring. So that is what we have tonight that was required a part of Senate Bill 546. I'm here to answer any questions. The team is here if you have any really granular questions. And so we needed to do this, and it was also an honor to get to stand before you and give this information.
Discussion?
I just have a question. So it is part of the Senate bill that you present this, but we, at some point, will we vote on these different options, like the hybrid or, replacement?
That would be up to you, and it would be up to you and the availability of funds to make it happen. At some point, obviously, we are going to have to do something to upgrade. But I will tell you, we have taken our maintenance crew. We've gone from 226 to 261 days. They work hard. They make a big difference. And we do a good job of keeping our fleet on the road. But just like me, the fleet's getting older every day. I mean, when you look at the fleet, though, compared to 3 or 4 years ago on the road, I just think there's a market improvement in the buses. One thing I like, the buses are on the road. You see the windows up, and when the windows are up, you know what it tells me? It tells me the air conditioner's working. And that's really important. And it's important to our parents. It's important to our kids. And also, it's important to our drivers. the quality and safety and air conditioning functioning of the bus is pivotal to attracting and just as importantly retaining bus drivers and quality bus drivers. Juan, do I embellish it all? Is that accurate? Thank you, Juan Melendez. So it's you can't overstate how important it really is. So that's what I was here to do tonight. Hope I've done a good job. Made you proud. So.
You know, I wanted to mention that really Chris and folks really have done a great job. But and the thing is that at this point in time, it's just not financially prudent for us to move forward towards, you know, any of these solutions. You know, one of the things that we're going to look towards, if we ever get the time, is a master facilities plan that includes transportation and those kind of things. So we do have obsolescence plan and the like. And it's just an unfortunate situation. And you know, one of the things that we are required to do too, by law, is to present this information to you. Although we're not going to take any action as far as this goes. You know, the thing is that, you know, we just, in this particular situation, from a budget perspective, just simply can't afford it. And the thing is that anything that retrofitting, the juice just isn't worth the squeeze because the transportation, the buses we'd fix are not going to have very much life in them anyway. So, you know, the thing is,
can't fix it out of the bond since that was a line item.
yeah, I think actually the thing is with the bond that we took care of, we were actually, with Dana Boyer's help and everybody, and Karen's help, we got 12 buses out of that when we really were only supposed to be able to afford 9. Isn't that right?
Yeah, we turned 12 into 19.
Yeah, and so, 12 into 19. So the thing is that financially we're doing what we can and we're turning that fleet over. But I mean, in Floresville, in Wiley, in Friendship, I had the very same problem because they age quickly. And if you're running a triple route, that's what happens. And, you know, it's, and the exponential cost in terms of inflation, you know, these were 120,000, not but about 2013, 2014. They were a lot less expensive. And I shouldn't know this much about buses, but yeah, the fact of the matter is that we just really can't financially be prudent to move on. And I wish we could, but we're going to have to look at some solutions.
President Odenweiler, can I tell the studio audience a fun fact?
Wow.
When you look at the bus at the bottom on the back on the bumper, it'll have a 2-digit number. That 2-digit number on the back, that is the year model of the bus. It's not that fun, but it's a little fun.
It is though, because when I was asking a bunch of questions regarding this and discussing this with you, you shared that fun fact with me. What did I do? I shared it with my husband. Now my husband tells me, I saw X number of buses that are this old on the road today or whatever. He's watching it now.
It's kind of like when I grew up, you played the license plate game.
You got like a waiver.
But you're
There
playing
you
the
go.
bumper state game.
Juan and your staff, I just wanted to say thank you. I know that you guys have an extremely difficult job, so thank you for keeping our kids safe every day and transporting them. What, 350 square miles radius in our district?
Right, we're at 7.4 million miles every year.
7.4 million miles every year. So
8,000 field trips.
8,000 field trips. What else do you want me to say? But yeah, it's a logistical feat what you guys do. So thank you so much.
And what you do it with.
I have a great team. Kudos to my team. They're awesome.
Mr. McCoy, I have a quick question for you. So this is a legislative requirement.
Correct.
However, was there a fiscal note attached to the bill?
No,
Meaning, was there money?
No, and the thing is this, you know, it's really something we're going to actually bring up in budget and talking about this when we're talking about our buckets of money legislatively. That, Mr. McCord, how much money how much is our annual budget and what do we receive from the state with regard
Our
to
annual
transportation?
budget, and Karen and Juan, correct me if I'm wrong, we spend around $35 million to make transportation happen for the students and families of CISD, and we receive in the neighborhood of $7 million. That's pretty good. I got 35, cost is 35, we get 7.
And the thing is, you know, what I've talked to you guys about kind of informally, but what we're talking about more comprehensively during legislative planning is that, you know, the legislature is not going to give money to the basic allotment. But, you know, when we're looking at special education, transportation, safety and security, and the like, there are several mandates that just really haven't met the measure of what we need to do. And I mean, you know, one of the things as a superintendent that I take a great pride in is actually giving that data in a way that you really understand where it is, because the basic allotment is just that money where you can have discretion. This would allow us to do that. Because if you covered those 3 areas, financially we would be able to do a great many things. And so that's what we're going to try to do.
Just a few of the questions that I had asked you that you answered for me were that, is it even feasibly possible to buy, even if we had the money, could we even buy the buses we needed? And I was told that everyone's chasing the same number of buses coming out of the plants across our state, and that would be a challenge. That would be almost impossible, and it drives up the supply and demand. The second thing I asked you about that you answered was about the cost of the retrofitting versus, about the getting the seatbelts to retrofit. There's not even enough seatbelts to retrofit the buses, and the getting of those for us would be a challenge as well.
Juan, did the manufacturers say they could retrofit one bus per week?
One bus per week, yes.
So we're just one of many school, well, Dr. Vincent, is there 1,200 school districts just in Texas, something like that?
Yeah, including Hartley and Vega.
Yeah, there you go. So you can do the math on that. It would take a while.
And my last thing that I had mentioned to you was that a bus now with the seatbelts would be well over 200,000.
They expect it soon. And the reason we're told, Juan, stop me if I'm wrong, is that currently the warranty on an engine is around 100,000 miles. There's ruminations in the state to up that to require the warranty on an engine to go to 250,000 miles, which sounds great and it'd be awesome, but they're going to make their money up on it. And they told us to expect the price to top 200 grand when that happens. Is that fair, Juan? Federal, not state, my bad.
Yeah,
Federal.
Mr. McCord, thank you for putting this information together and updating us. I know this was quite the feat. This legislation never really made sense to me, given that, like you pointed out, the seat belts are really not required because of the design of the machine itself. So I do appreciate your efforts and what y'all are doing and the Transportation Department. I know it's a few years now that you've been over that, so thank you. Also, how long did it take us to receive all the buses that were purchased with the 23 bond money?
Initially, it took upwards to a year coming out of the novel coronavirus, but I think it's increased to maybe 7 or 8 months. Juan, am I close?
So overall, I think all the buses that were approved in special needs was about 16 months. We got the big buses a lot sooner than the special needs ones. So it was about
16 months.
So
for
over
those
a year
listening.
to get those
Yes.
in rotation. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, thank y'all so much.
We're good?
Thank you very much. All right, Dr. Merle, we're up to the next item on our agenda for administration, and it is consider and possibly adopt district's virtual school plan.
All right. So I'm getting all the fun things again. The bad thing is I have to follow Mr. McCord in his presentation and the entertainment he provides all the time. So, but I'm excited that I get to present information about the Conroe Virtual School. With us in the audience tonight is we have Dr. Jenny Lucas, our principal at the virtual school. And so we're going to talk about a few things with virtual school and the direction we're going to attract more students and also meet the flexibility of what we're hearing from the parents that are in the school now and the students. So first of all, virtual school history. First year was 2022-23, and we started with, it has grades 4 through 9. I believe it was grades 4 through 8 that year. Then we expanded it in 2023-24 to grades 5 through 9. And then we have added a grade ever since, where 2026-27 will take us to 5 through 12. Currently, we operate under a hybrid format where we have 3 synchronous days where students are engaged at a specific time on specific days. Those days are Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday currently, where they have direct instruction from a teacher, and 2 asynchronous days where they're given assignments and they work on their own and the time is flexible. The teacher, it's teacher managed. They create all the lessons and videos that are posted for the students. They manage all accommodations. They monitor the students. They mentor the students. They communicate with the students and tutorials. Just to give you an idea, you might have a student at a specific grade level if you take 5th grade that might be teaching 5th grade math, language arts, social studies, and science. And they're creating a lesson every single day for all 4 of those days, whether it's synchronous or asynchronous. So, and then trying to monitor and communicate. As a small school, that was very manageable. As our school grows and gets larger and more students, it becomes a little bit more challenging. The vision of the virtual school, Conroe's Virtual School, is to be the premier flexible learning option for virtual education in the state of Texas. We want it to be the #1 school that everybody's flocking to, or at least the model that all the other districts are trying to emulate. The Conroe Virtual School goals is, first of all, to deliver a rigorous interdisciplinary academic model to make sure that our kids are getting top quality instruction. Provide a solid foundation through mentoring, monitoring, academic assistance, and communication. As you can imagine, these kids' ages, and from 5th grade all the way up to senior, they need different support levels of support. And mentoring those students through all the challenges of virtual education, also monitoring them and notifying the parents, and that communication with parents is a large piece. And then increase the enrollment to sustain our growth. So as we grow, we want the virtual school to make sure we're not losing students, at least and primarily, to other districts or to other programs. We want to keep our students at our home. Ground learning and real-world application and student agency. Focus on performance-based outcomes, and then provide flexible opportunities for quality learning for families. And what I mean by that is our families, these families have students that range from a variety of backgrounds, whether they have some challenges going on in their life, whether they're training for different athletic competitions, or they're involved in professional plays and shows. We have several of those that the parents want flexibility. When we have students participating in athletics, fine arts on our campuses, a lot of times we're finding conflicts between when the course meets synchronously and those activities, so it poses a problem all the way around with attendance and quality instruction and learning going on. So we have some solutions for those things to help. Why is change necessary? First of all, the hybrid model lacks flexibility. They are required to be there at certain times. If they're not, they're counted absent, and we're finding a time management challenge with that. The attendance concerns, if you're running a synchronous model and they're not logged in, they're counted absent. Now, if they are in a hybrid model where they're going to the campus to do that an activity, they're counted present for that activity, but they're not getting then sometimes they're not getting that instruction that they need from the teacher. The teacher demands are overwhelming. They're trying to create lessons. They're trying to manage all of the learning and do synchronous instruction during asynchronous instruction. And then they're trying to communicate with parents, mentor the students, monitor the students, provide interventions and extensions, tutor, a lot on their plate, and we're trying to come up with solutions to help them. And then they have limited real-time data collection and intervention. When you're doing all of the preparing for the lessons and putting that out there, then how much data are you able to disaggregate and make sure that learning is taking place at the level that it needs to be? We're seeing some inconsistent student engagement, because one of the vital parts of virtual learning, especially when you start at 5th grade, is to get the parents really involved. The parent involvement in virtual learning is a must. And without that communication from teachers at a high level, then it's hard to get them to engage at times. Once that communication level is expected at a high level, then we're able to get the parents involved, and we want to make sure that that's occurring so our students perform at a high level. And then staffing implications. If we were to start balancing off how many students the virtual school has versus how many staffing allocations, and then what can they all handle. Right now we're staffing it the same as we would any other school, but they have some more workload that they have to manage, so it becomes a challenge for them in staff efficiency. So the virtual school, the new standard is to provide maximum flexibility for modern families, to maintain the Conroe ISD way of high academic rigor and expectations that we have at all of our schools, to help with our attendance and engagement in the virtual curriculum through, and we want to improve our communication to a high level. We want to monitor the students and make sure they're accomplishing on a daily basis what we've asked them to accomplish. We're just not going to care if it happens at 2 in the morning or 10 at night. We need them to accomplish those tasks and that we have set forward. We want to mentor the students, especially at the younger grades, of what virtual learning is like and how we're going to work through virtual learning for a student to be successful. And then looking at interventions, not only for special education and 504 students, but also looking for extensions for our GT students, and then support for our regular ed students that need just some tutoring or additional support. The best thing is all of this goes along with Senate Bill 569 and their requirements with how attendance is taken, what a virtual school should look like, and moving forward. So the OWLs leading the way is focusing on student needs. Increased student and parent academic support is really what we're focusing on, trying to get the parents involved and focusing really on what the students' needs are. Finding the best fit, using prior evaluation of an effective virtual student. So what the virtual school has been working on is creating a characteristics of a virtual school student. So we can advertise that out there for parents so they can see this is what a virtual school student should look like, so they can be independent, they can work on their own and be successful through the curriculum, with support provided and mentoring provided and monitoring provided as well. But a big part of that matrix is looking at parent participation, as that is a critical part. The teachers of record are still going to be Conroe ISD, so they're going to manage the students' learning. It offers also, if you did not know this, there's a social engagement activities that the virtual school does periodically to get virtual school students interacting with other students as well. The instructional delivery is primarily going to be asynchronous. I say primarily because we want to have the ability to shift, especially at the lower grades, as we see some struggles that we might need to have some synchronous time with some kids at the lower levels in the age. We would utilize a learning platform called Subject, and I'll talk more about Subject in a moment. It would be primarily asynchronous. They would engage in high quality lessons, and I'm going to address high quality in a second as well. Teachers supplement the curriculum. So just like any high quality material, and we see that as we look for high quality instructional materials now, every time you go through high quality instructional materials, Texas has said it's 100% aligned with the TEKS, and they qualify that resource. Unfortunately, we would love to say everything is 100%, but nothing is ever 100%. You're always going to find some bumps in the road or some things with resources that are considered HQIM. We have teachers that are ready to jump in there and supplement with that curriculum and fill the holes if we need to. And then from there, we want to see that rigor at a standard that we're used to in Conroe ISD, so our kids not only perform well, they perform above the standard. We want to offer a hybrid model with athletics, fine arts, and then some CTE courses where they go to school, a brick and mortar school, on some of the days for athletics and fine arts during those athletic periods or fine art periods. Also, we want to include some CTE classes that are more hands-on and engaging courses where they could still participate in those courses as well. You have a tutoring program through Subject that is also AI-powered, and the way that works is a student will do through their assessments during a lesson. The technology is taking into account what they know and what they don't know, and then it'll devise a tutoring plan for that student that's specific to them to help improve in their weaknesses in that subject area or that material. And then it has an automated feature that you can set the students' accommodations that they need for the courses and are able to automatically accommodate for special ed and 504 students. So the HQIM process, and we want to talk a little bit about that with Subject, is they're in the process of beginning the HQIM process. They have been working to align all of their curriculum through all of their subjects offered with the Texas TEKS, and also using the national standards for virtual learning to make sure the high quality product and digital learning is there, as well as it matches the TEKS. They will start with the process and review process with math, It is a very extensive and not a quick process, so it's not one that tomorrow they're going to be HQ in every single subject. It will take some time, but they are committed to that process. There are currently no secondary virtual curriculums that are currently in HQIM, from what I understand. Engage the lessons with subject are engaging lessons. They support special education and 504 accommodations, have that AI tutoring process, attendance and monitoring process for the teachers so they can pull reports and see who's logged in, when they've logged in, and it's not only logging in, but it's making progress in each of the modules that they need to be completing for each subject that they're enrolled in. And then it has the ability to enhance as necessary when we want to add some lessons or add some material into each area. We can do that. And it's a flexibility for the staff, the parents, and the students. It gives us the flexibility that we want to address the desires and needs of our parents and students and provide the support and enabling our staff to really hone in on the things that make a strong virtual learner. Currently, 25-26, we have roughly 250 students that are hybrid synchronous / asynchronous model in the district only. 26-27, our hope is to grow from 250 students, and if we can get up closer to 500 would be ideal. I know Dr. Lucas probably just mouth dropped and a little shock, but I think these are her numbers as well. And with a primarily asynchronous model, and we say in-district only, and the reason we say in-district only at this point is we want to get really, really good at what we do. And we go back to the vision that we want to be the premier virtual school in the state of Texas. So we want to take it slow, take our time, and get really, really good at what we do and using this platform. And then 27-28, we hope that our enrollment will grow to be over 1,000 plus in an asynchronous model and move towards where we would consider open enrollment with the board's approval. Here are some comparable programs, Frisco, Katy, Houston, and Klein, and they will all open up their actual virtual school 2026. Just kind of a note that everybody already has run some kind of virtual program to begin with. For example, all of our high schools run a program called Edgenuity. You've probably heard of that before, where they offer remedial courses and or some limited first-time course offerings to help them with maintaining credit and keeping up with their class so they can graduate. So these are the full-fledged programs. You will see most of them are 9 through 12, with one exception is Klein is a 6 through 12. Most virtual programs we're seeing are just 9 through 12. A handful are 6 through 12. We would be the only one offering 5 through 12. I will be upfront that our numbers in 5th grade are very limited right now, so that would be a grade that we would want to look at as whether it is really a good viable option at this time. The cost of subject and using a platform, and we have chosen to use a learning platform. On that previous slide, there's 2 schools that use a learning platform, 2 schools that do in-house. They have not done in-house at the volume that they're probably going to see this time through. But a virtual school with the CISD teacher of record is $300 per student. We anticipate at least roughly 300 students to begin with, which would be a $90,000 cost. We will have some branding and counseling and some staff development with the company subject for the first year and helping us rebrand our virtual school and get the information out there, and working with our communications department and Andrew and making sure that we get it off to a great start. And then they also gave us a district-wide license for teacher of the record for remedial and initial credit, like we have with Edgenuity at no cost as well, and we have 1,450 licenses that they would give us. Option 2 is another option if we run into a situation where we cannot provide the teacher of record. Subject will provide the teacher of record. It will operate identically. We could go to that model, as well. It would be $1,800 per student. They would cover everything, all of the grading, all of the management of the whole process, and all our teachers would do would be communicating with the parents and posting grades. That is not the recommended one. Option 1 would be the recommended one at this time because it's not would not be financially appropriate with the numbers that we have in the virtual program. We feel like we can supply the teacher of record and handle it effectively and efficiently. We do look at Edgenuity, and we're still evaluating that process. Right now, Edgenuity would continue because of the time limit we have in getting teachers trained and getting counselors trained and getting that up and running. But as we go, if we can, as soon as we can accomplish that task, we'd move everything to subject. And currently, Edgenuity is costing us $200,000, and we could do that remedial portion at this time if we were to move all at once for nothing. I want to talk about the funding, this is the hybrid option of how fine arts, athletics, and CET works. This is just another, it's an alternative school. And so students have to have the option to participate at their home campus, which we would continue to do that, whether it's in athletics or fine arts. If we were to go to an open enrollment model, then those students' districts where they would be coming from would have to make a decision on how they would let those virtual students participate, if at all. But they would not be able to participate in ours unless we open that up to every situation. So some of the barriers and solutions that we had was one of our current barriers is just attendance and retention into the program and compliance with Senate Bill 569. There was a waiver out there, so we have been compliant, but with some changes. All that has to occur now is a student is engaged in learning on a daily basis, and then that would be counted as a present in attendance. Parent connection. Sometimes parents disappear on us and don't want to talk to a school and engage, but we feel that this model is going to help early on with parent participation and a contract with the parent and onboarding process of how the system works to get them engaged and fully invested so we can be successful. The instructional model meets the needs of a virtual student with the flexibility, and we'll rebrand our program as a more rigorous choice program. Just note that students must be in person for our STAR, PSAT, and SAT. We may have some additional assessments that we will want them to do in person, but we try to limit that just to their availability of getting here and getting to one location in the district to do that testing. So we do try to limit that as much as possible. The virtual school implementation plan, 2627, is to move to subject learning platform with student teacher, CISD teacher support, robust accommodations for special education in 504, AI-based tutoring and support, provide for grades 5 through 12 to evaluate subject, offer grades offered, and the format of how the virtual school is going to look in the future. 2627 teacher plan moves from primarily creating all the lessons to use the subjects engaging lessons, and to more focus on the delivery part of it is the communication to parents, the monitoring and mentoring of students, providing target tutoring and support, providing live support and interventions, plus check-in times where students will have to check in a certain number of times a week so we see their smiling faces and make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do, and creating consistent routines and helping the students and the teachers have consistent routines in how they approach their learning. And then 2728, make adjustments to the grade levels and format of instruction, implement in open enrollment if the board chooses to do that, and require a digital learning portfolio for graduation. So not only are they going to go through the courses, but then they're going to have to keep track throughout their 4 years of high school and then demonstrate that through a digital learning portfolio at the end. So that's the presentation. So I'll take any questions before I bring to you what I ask.
I have a couple questions about student success and retention.
Yes.
First, will our open enrollment students have any prerequisites or qualifications for enrollment?
So it would be an application process that they would have to apply. We can set the number of seats, and then we would look at the criteria that that student has and base it off of that criteria, whether it was STAR results, like in our characteristics of a successful virtual student. One of those is they're at the meets and masters level in STAR, that they have that they're self-motivated, that, they take charge of their own learning, and so on. So those characteristics would be looked at and see if we can see those demonstrated in that process.
Who will we have reach out if we find that the students aren't attending class and aren't checking in daily?
So that's where that function of that teacher is. So we're going to closely monitor that on a daily basis. So when we see students not engaging, we're going to be a lot quicker than we have in the past of contacting that parent and having that student checking in more often, making sure that they're attending school like they're supposed to. If not, then we're going to go and address that with the parent, and if we have to, we'll go directly to their house and address it, as Dr. Lucas has done recently. The reality is we need to do it at a faster rate, and this model we believe is going to help us do that at a faster rate, more immediate. So they miss school, they're getting a call, they're getting contacted fairly quick.
Great. And then if a student isn't successful and we find that the virtual program isn't working for them and they're in an open enrollment program, what happens after that? Do they end up in CISD or do they get kicked back to their district?
An open enrollment student would go back to their home district because we're not an open enrolled district as a whole.
Mm-hmm. So that only works for
So
all.
that would only work for virtual school, correct?
Okay.
So, student success is number one, and if they're not being successful, we're going to direct them in a location that they're going to be most successful, whether that's in-district or out-of-district student that attends a virtual school.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Merle, I want to thank you for adding this to the agenda. When I saw this coming through, I think this is something that is of interest to our community, and I appreciate that you did go through the details of it. In our discussions, we were talking about how we are just below break even the last few years in terms of enrollment. But you said, and I just want to make sure that I'm clear, if we switch from Edgenuity to subjects, then we are creating $110,000 savings in doing that?
If we remove Edgenuity total at this time. So that's something we're still looking at because there is a transition portion of what we use it for on campuses. So from a virtual school standpoint, this is a lot easier transition. When you're incorporating all these 6 other high school campuses where they're using it for remedial and also first-time offerings for them, we have to have a specific amount of training, and we want to run all the traps and make sure that we can get all of the individuals trained and at the level that they need to be at before we let go of Edgenuity, so we don't have any kids fall through the cracks, especially on the remediation side for credits to graduate. So once we are confident that that can happen, then we'll look at Edgenuity, and we're working through that as quick as we possibly can. But that was one that we did not venture down that road until Subject came in and gave us all the licenses we need to run that as well. So that became a little bit more of an incentive for us to go with them.
So we wouldn't be operating at a loss if we go with subjects?
So that's the hope. We hope that we'll grow just information. We have 244 virtual students that are in Hallsville ISD going through their Texas Virtual School Network, which will cease to exist after next school year. So we're hoping to recapture some of those students now.
240 of our students.
And the rest of them later. But if we we have added 2 staff members there, so we'll have to make up that salary with increased enrollment, which we should do and should cover with the over 300 students.
I would still, and I know that we mentioned this, offline, but I'd still like to find out why we are losing students and what we can be doing in our in-person schools to make those better so that they won't necessarily seek these alternatives. It was concerning to learn that 100 of those students are special education students, correct?
Correct. So special education or 504 students. and a large amount, and Dr. Lucas can chime in if she has something, but we have a lot of students with anxiety, that they have functioned better in that environment. We have students that have had challenging behaviors in regular ed class that have gone virtual and have been perfectly fine. They're smart kids. They just needed the right situation for them. And then we've had students, like I mentioned before, that are involved in activities outside of school that take their time up during the day. So this gives them the flexibility. So a variety of reasons. Are there any others that you would like to share? Dr. Lucas, if you'll come
Some
up.
of them I recall from parents that came forward were medical reasons. They, besides just anxieties, there were
beside
health
anxiety,
issues.
there are some with
Yes.
medical reasons as well, physical handicaps. We have some that have been cancer patients and can't be in a regular school.
Or their family members are. Also, that's the other issue that we run into, is that families struggle to get kids to and from when they're dealing with major medical issues themselves. Or I always use the example of my daughter who has cystic fibrosis. Dr. Vincent and I had visited about that in the past. She missed 6 weeks of her fourth quarter of her senior year. Then she had to go on an IGC. She was an exemplary student. A virtual option would have been wonderful for her, but we didn't have it at the time.
I will say I'm glad to hear that we're really trying. I mean, this is the future, right? And we need to be adaptable to where our world is going. And I really appreciate that we're trying to be forward-thinking and proactive and really addressing some of the major issues. I know I've talked to several virtual teachers, and they're drowning in work. So I'm really glad to hear we're going to help them on the curriculum front, right? We're not replacing any teachers. We're helping them with
We're
more
helping them where
resources.
they're really supporting kids and finding their strengths and weaknesses and providing that support for them and really getting them across the line and getting where they need to be.
The mantras we've been using as we talk as a staff is that the more asynchronous the program is, the more high touch it actually needs to be. And so that's what we'd like to free up our teachers. When he was talking about my teachers building curriculum and delivering lessons and creating lessons, there's also the part that they're doing that across multiple either grade levels or across multiple subject areas. So no less than 5 to 6 preps a person, which is unheard of in this day and age, but that's the small and mighty team that we are. They're handling it, but I would like to give them that relief if we can.
Is it still being considered that we reduce the number of grades? I think you'd mentioned that we don't have very high enrollment in the 5th and 6th grades. Is that a consideration in this proposal you have?
That is one thing that we would like, that we have in this plan, is to evaluate the grades that we're offering, and at looking like, based off of enrollment today, I believe there were 10 students total in 5th grade. So that is not the most efficient use of our staff and model. That we'd be looking at 5th grade right now. 6th grade is more around 19 to 20 students. That's a little bit more feasible in what we see in the plan. Subject, and I didn't mention this, subject provides curriculum 6 through 12. They do not do 5th grade, so that would be another reason to help us with 5th grade. We do have a lot of the lessons prepared from this year. It would be a little bit less taxing on the teacher, but ideally, if we went 6 through 12, it would be a much better plan.
Is that what you're recommending? I'm sorry.
Right now, we have
12?
not made the call because registration is just now being complete, and
And we really haven't pushed publicly forward with the fact that the applications are open because we were waiting on approval with
With the
we're fielding
plan.
a lot of questions about what our program is and is going to be, but we don't have answers about that currently.
And I've had questions as well that some of our foreign languages or other courses could eventually be taught virtual. Is that correct?
there are some languages. They don't have everything that we have taught in all of our schools, but they have, I believe, French, Spanish, German.
But the in-person students can take asynchronously as well? Is that correct?
Correct. Obviously, with the speaking part, they would have some times of check-in. That's where some of those check-in times we built in, where they would come in a small group and check in with the teacher and do the portions that they need to live, and they would have some options of time. So it'd be various times. So we're going to have teachers that are going to have some flexibility in their schedule because they may have to do something at 6 o'clock at night with a group of students because that's when they can check in because of their schedule.
Trustee May has something.
Just a couple of questions first, Dr. Lucas. Thank you for what you're doing. I know your job is very hard, and I also want to commend the entire virtual school team. Thank you so much because you are really creating and blazing a trail, path. Thank you. My words are hard today. A question about Subject. How long is the contract? Is it an annual contract with Subject?
It would be an annual contract, yes.
So if you got into it and maybe it didn't function exactly the way you wanted, you could get out of it in a year and try a different platform, correct?
That is correct.
Mm-hmm. And then the enrollment application for virtual students. I like that you're creating kind of a profile of what a successful virtual student is so that it is a high standard for that student and they understand that this is not just we're just going to fill you in and yes, you're filling in a gap that if that student is not successful, and I'm talking about students within our district, will they then be pushed back to their home school as well?
So that is a quandary that we have right now. We've been working on that all year long. Right now, attendance at the virtual school is based on successful course completion. So it's very hard to hold the kids to an attendance standard when that is the standard and it doesn't come until the end of the course. But that's why if you ghost me, I'm hunting you down. And I've made several home visits and those kinds of things this year. If we just cut a student loose and assign them back to their campus of record, they don't always end up back at that campus of record, and then their accountability comes back to us. So it's very important that we have those conversations with families about accountability and about what their next steps are, and that we see follow through with that so that they're not just in the wind, and we have some kind of record that either they went to their home campus, they are being homeschooled, or they have pursued a different virtual option.
Do they sign a contract with you saying that they have understood, and the family signs a contract saying they understood the responsibilities of a virtual student?
This year we did not have that in place. We had meetings. I had meetings with every family that we enrolled, and we had those conversations, but they did not sign a contract. This year, going forward, we will have that contract in place.
I think that's good. And then the building. So I know at one point we talked about Washington High School separating from DAEP when we build a new Washington High School, and then potentially the Conroe Virtual School would be a part of that. Is that still the plan?
That's actually is the plan. We're in the design plan of making that happen because, you know, those spaces are unique. And so one of the desires we had in terms of master planning is that we separate those two campuses, which will be nice. And that'll allow us to be able to afford to do that. Okay. It's going to be cool and exciting.
I love that. And then just lastly, I'm in sales, highly competitive sales, and those numbers for the enrollment projections is very exciting to me, and I think we can get there.
Very possible.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm excited about that. So me personally as a board member, I'm all in on the virtual school.
The Texas Virtual School Network is going away. And so the thing is that it's going to be our tipping point. And so getting our ducks in a row, and we've got to stop doing things and just jumping out there completely. Doing this in a test case scenario is allowing us to get good at what we're doing, and then jumping out there with the Texas Virtual School Network, which is going to go away after this year. And I mean, we have a lot of kids that are going there, 200 plus kids. So.
Speaking of sales, I noticed we've got a lot of schools that already have open enrollment virtual programs. What are we going to do to compete with these other schools if we have an open enrollment program? Because it seems like the more programs that pop up, the fewer students are going to be.
Well, I think initially is that we get real good at what we're doing and do it better than everybody else, and then that gets out like wildfire. Because a lot of these virtual school programs and their parents know each other, have connections somehow, or they do something on Instagram, Facebook, or something like that where they connect. And so the better your program is and the more your results show that, then the more students will get. That's why we want to take the year to get really, really good at what we do and then put it out there for an open enrollment, and then it becomes stealing everybody else's kids, for lack of better terms. Well, we hope to steal some from Willis and Magnolia and Katy and all of that.
We have a geographic advantage as well. We have a lot of districts around us that are considering opening a virtual school within the next 1 to 2 years, but have not yet, and so we already have an established virtual school. We will learn how to do it very well over the next year, and then there is still an in-person testing requirement in Senate Bill 569. So all students have to travel to take their STAR tests in person. And so surely a child in Willis is not going to want to travel to Katy to do that. We would offer that in a more.
Finally, I want to say, a lot of these programs, you can hang a shingle out there and do it, and they're terrible. Because they're just jumping over there to say they're doing it, and there's no real plan. And we got to really have a tight systems and stuff, and hopefully to get there. Because I'm glad we had a chance to present this, because it's going to help us to get good. And I'm proud of the work, and I'm proud of Jenny for really kind of listening to the parents, because one of the things that she brought this to bear, because parents were saying this would be a better option for them. And so when we meet the parents' needs, that's the first step towards success.
Okay, I'm going to have Trustee Dungan has a few questions, and then I'll wrap this discussion up as soon as she's done.
Okay.
Actually, I just have, thank you again for bringing this information to us. One question, I heard you say that we don't have an ability to take attendance without course completion. So without course completion, you're saying there's no accountability as far as attendance goes. Is that something you could implement?
We've been taking attendance synchronously, like all of our synchronous classes, and so we're finding, and we're explaining to the parents that, and we've had 1,000 parent-teacher conferences for a school with 250 students. We're finding that there is obviously a correlation between them missing those synchronous classes and their success in the course overall. And so as we have had those conversations with parents over the course of the year, you can see our failure rates are dropping quarter by quarter. As students and parents come to understand that success in the virtual school requires engagement. It requires probably more engagement than most of those families, especially the ones that carried over, were expecting. But yes, it's been challenging this year. That attendance requirement will change with Senate Bill 569 and more rules from the state going forward.
So grading doesn't occur until course completion. Is there not a 9-week grading period?
There is. We follow the same calendar as CISD.
Okay, so could that essentially be used in the absence of any other system?
Yes. But again, our synchronous class attendance in conjunction with those grades generally show a much fuller picture.
But if I'm understanding correctly, building on that, the funding comes from course completion.
Correct.
So it's imperative that we encourage support, et cetera, because we don't get funded for that student at all.
Correct.
They could go, and that's what we were facing prior, was if we had a student who had a medical condition or whatever, had to take a step back, or a family member did, and they had to come into our virtual program to continue their education, then they're able to go back to their home campus. We got no funding for them there. We lost funding for their attendance from their home school. It's one of those penalties that we seem to keep facing. And so, am I correct on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
With Senate Bill 569, it will hopefully alleviate some of those problems.
Okay, great. I'm glad to hear that. Did you finish your questions? Okay, again, thank you, but I'm not going to go into all that because of time. I did want to make sure, I heard those parents, I'm pretty sure I could almost state different times that every one of the trustees here has, it's more, I guess, going this direction this time, has said over and over and over again, we want our students off of as much technology as possible in our classrooms. However, I understand and support the virtual program because there is a place and a time. I mean, we've had people in our own families that have needed it, or friends and families that have needed it or used it or benefited from it. And so I do support it. And I think, again, like everything else we've been saying, Dr. Vincent, and when we do it well, they will come. Absolutely. And that is what we're seeking here, as well as in our brick and mortar schools. I just want to make sure, when you're saying we're going to be recruiting, our recruiting isn't going to be trying to recruit from our students that are in brick and mortars. It's external.
Those kids who are attending Texas Connections Academy, Penn Foster, Acellus Academy, Hallsville, we want to bring those kids back to our district.
Okay, great. I just wanted to state that out there. The other thing is on the marketing, I'm really happy. Marketing background as well with Trustee May. I would say that I'm really glad to hear there's a thought process on the marketing plan. And I noticed, I think it was page 152 in the plan, where you stated that we would have marketing Was that the marketing tools, or will they help with our marketing? Will
They'll help.
subject?
They already have a baseline video ready to roll. We have to still go through it, make sure 100% is right, but they have a video ready to go out to promote through social media as soon as possible.
And then the last thing before wrapping up this discussion, that first of all, we'll have final approval on that video, right? Okay, just want to make sure. And lastly, before wrapping up and closing this discussion, that I wanted to state is that we have to be focused on this. We have to do it well. There's several things being discussed today, and when we do this and we do it well, it sets the standard for so much else in our district. So I thank you all very much for your attention to the detail and the planning and the reflection on this. And I know we've met, and several of us have met with you, and we're excited to see where it goes. So thank you all very much.
Could I ask one more quick question? Sorry. If we can attract students from other districts, is there anything that would stop a big district from building a large online company and just kind of absorbing the tremendous number of students?
In the past, it's been Texas Virtual School Network that has done that. And now with that going away, that is clearly what could happen is you could have several districts in the state do it real well and have a high quality program, and you attract students from all over the state to participate. I think TEA is going to have to make a judgment of how, like, for example, STAR is administered. Do they get to go to their home campus to take STAR, even if they're a virtual student somewhere else? How that will work.
And she reminded me, I didn't ask the one question I said I was going to ask. And I already asked you it, but I'm going to ask it publicly. Do you certify that this curriculum, you have vetted it, checked it, you know it follows Texas law, that we are not going to be having content that is not approved by our policies and by state law?
I mean, obviously, we did not go through every single subject to the nth degree, but those questions were asked of the company, specifically ones that y'all have asked, and all the replies is that is not part of their curriculum at all. And
So nothing violates our policies.
no, and and the virtual school teachers, because they're the ones that will really be watching the curriculum close, are the ones that will be monitoring that and making sure that they do everything to prevent anything inappropriate coming out.
That's what I want to make sure, is that we empower them to feel comfortable coming forward with it.
Yes.
Critical.
Yes.
That leads me to another question. In the contract with subject, can you add that as an addendum, that they have to adhere to our local policy and in the state law? And if they don't, then we can get out of that contract?
All of your contracts now provide that you cannot, no vendor is allowed to violate any of those provisions.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So that being concluded, thank you very much. We've been asked to take a break.
We have to vote.
Oh, we
on.
have to vote on it. Thank
So the
you. Sorry, I
request
was
is-
trying to get us done with it.
The request is to consider and approve the purchase of the learning platform subject and the overall the virtual Conroe virtual school plan.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Sorry, I was trying to see where that came from. All right. All those in favor show by the uplift of hands. 4, 5, 6. All opposed? All right. The motion carries 6-1.
I want to state that I am completely okay with subject. I just thought it was a big jump to lump that all into one vote. But, yeah.
All right. That being said, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. It's 8:20. I know there's no clocks in the room, so ladies, please try to be back by 8:30.
She's going to.
The time is 8:32. We are back in session 2 minutes late, so let's get this ball going. Dr. Vinson, would you please give us the next point, which is regarding district staffing report?
I want to first start out by thanking you for your patience. I know that when I got here in late September, and I said it's going to take some time to analyze what we're doing. And like I've told you before, a wise rancher said to never take the fence down till you know what it's for. And one of the things when you're doing that is to always just take that pause, and I'm not good at pauses, you all know that, but to really analyze and make sure that we've do the right thing for our kids, because it's hypercritical. We just talked about the virtual school, and doing it right is really important. And so also we're dealing with lives, and we're dealing with students, and we're dealing with their future. All of those things are incredibly important. And so when we work through these things, realize it was done with the utmost care, and really thinking through things. And I've done this 3 times. And I'm going to tell you this, working with these guys, these are thoughtful people that care about kids, and with principals that I just love and adore, and that we really kind of have done this together to make sure that we knew what we're doing and how we're doing it. And so when you build this on trust and relationships, that's what I always say, shared values, what I share with you and I share with them, that we're going to do a lot of really good things. And this is the beginning part of that. And I'm also going to say this, we're not perfect. We're all broken. And the thing is, we're always just trying to do the right thing. And so there's going to be some adjustments, and we're going to take that. We're going to be transparent with our processes, but I'm really super confident. After the 3rd time, you get a little bit better at it, right? And so let's go and talk a little bit about what we're going to be doing. And so we're going to a little bit talk about staffing and about where we're at and what we're doing. And so the thing is that you'll see this every time that I talk to you. It's going to be about board goals. And I'm going to tell you this too. Your previous board goals that you set last year are really good goals. Now, these aren't your complete goals, obviously, but they're the phrases that kind of match the goals that you have. And so our process that we follow with this is defining, managing, and modeling the kind of instruction that we want to deliver in our classrooms that's really going to make a difference. And you're focused on learning mastery, not just the notion of just trying to approach, but really finding success. Everything is about financial responsibility. And guys, in the next 2 or 3 months, when you start hearing about board budgets, and Karen's going to talk more specifically about it, the majority of large school districts are massively in debt and working through negative budgets. And it's hard making decisions. And when you hear these mamas and daddies come up and worried about programs that we're not going to have and these kind of things, it breaks my heart. I want the best for my kids. I know you do too. And they want the best for theirs. And so when we make decisions, realize it's with a great amount of care, but we've got to be solvent, and we've got to take care of us, because, there's a lot to be considered when we talk about finances. We have to value employees. We have amazing teachers, amazing principals, educators that come to work early and stay late, and that love our kids, and we want to make sure that we take good care of them. It's our responsibility, and it's something that keeps me up at night. The jobs have never been harder, and the responsibilities have never been greater, and I know that, and we approach that with care. And another thing too is you've got to communicate, and we've got to be transparent. One of the things that I'm going to tell you is that the one thing that we haven't finished and haven't got back is our communication audit, and about how we're going to really make sure that we're doing that collectively awesome as well. And so through this process, realize those are the 4 things that we're looking at in terms of this process. And so let's go. Everything that we did, we actually went in and said, we can all have an opinion. You have an opinion, I have an opinion, everybody has an opinion. There's 20 plus opinions tonight. And the thing is, everybody wants to make sure that they're heard, and we want to hear them. But through that whole process, we have to audit and use data, because without data, all you have is an opinion. And through that process, we want to make sure that we staff and we provide a climate and culture that is going to help us to get where we're going to go, and then communicate that process as far as those audits. And then this audit is really going to help us with that process too. And then curriculum. And guys, the thing is this, we're going to save money through this, because we have. We're going to make sure that we're laser focused, which we're going to be as far as this goes. And the collective notion of all of the 3 audits we've gotten back so far dovetail into the needs that we have. And going through this process many times, I always say that y'all are getting the best that I have, because I've refined my processes and made my mistakes everywhere else. And so when you're working through these processes, it's nice, because you're going to get the best of what we're doing, and to know that I have to do it. Every time when I get older, you do a little slower, and you make sure you're a little bit more careful. And doesn't mean that people are not going to always agree with it, but I also want to listen to those people too, because they bring us their babies, and we want to love them and take care of them. And so with that being said, is that one of the things about that you need to remember when we talk about climate and culture, about the audit, is the primary thing that they said is that we need to be laser focused on providing guardrails. And then we also need to make sure that we don't overload our people. When we talk to the public, when we talk to teachers, when we talk to leaders, we talk to kids, which we audited all of those processes, is that those are the kind of two features and functions that want. And the third thing is they love this school district, and they want what's best for it. And when we approach it with those measures, everything else is going to be great. So there's a couple of barriers. And, it's not my nature to be negative. I'm a hopeful person, and hope is the belief that tomorrow that can be better than today, and that you have the ability to make it happen. The Vincent kids, that's what I tried to pump them full up of hope, that they can do it. And I know that as a principal, I did the same thing. I want to do this for the school district. I want to do it with y'all. I want y'all to leave a board meeting and feel hopeful. And there's things that we have to realize that are going to be things that we don't, it's not that we can't overcome, but we're going to have to figure out how to manage through them. And the first thing is we just didn't really have a lot of data that we use on a consistent basis. That's one thing that we're going to try to do here, is making sure that we constantly audit to improve. And when we have that measures in those meetings, it really is going to be good. And that's going to infiltrate everything we do. The other thing is that we're faced with something we've never been faced before. Over the past 5 years, we've had a 12.9% enrollment growth. That stopped. Now we're monitoring here, but we've made our living off of enrollment growth. I have been in school districts that I've passed 7 bonds. I know how to build buildings. I know that right now we're at this position where we're going to have to be really careful with our funds, because it can go really quickly. Money can. And there are school districts across the state that are giving 3% raises, and they're $30 million at a deficit. I don't feel fiscally responsible to do that, and I don't think it's wise because you can't do that forever. It's writing checks on the money you don't have. And so then when we work through that, I think that work's going to come. But the best way we can do that is providing a really great quality product where kids feel that they're loved and cared for, and we're special that way. For virtual learning, through everything we do. And then the special population growth that we've had, theoretically, everybody talks about, a lot of it's been through, our dyslexia programs in terms of being identified as special education, but special education numbers and the severity of experiences are growing. And I think about it is that we have to have the money to take adequate and supreme care of these babies. They need us. And you can't, it's a federal law that you do what needs to be done, and it's the right thing to do, but it's expensive. And then one of the things that really is important, I was talking to you several times about this, is that when we've developed our programs before, we've filled them with a lot of specialists and all those kind of things that really are a desire to help people. But, one of the things that we don't own things. Owning what we do is going to be vitally important. And when you have somebody that owns what they're doing, this, when you look at, like, for example, Telly Jo in CTE, she owns it. You notice those things, but we want to create buildings full of Telly Joes that own what they do, and that we look to those people for the guidance and help. And it also means that there's probably going to be fewer of those specialists, and probably more people that might have a higher position, but there's going to be, fewer of them. But we'll have people that have expert opinions that we're going to really provide and make the thing go and grow. And so when we think about this, I want to tell you this. It's good news because I've been through this before. And one of the things that I'm a faithful person, and I always think that, I seek that guidance. But the thing is that if you know where the road is and you know where the problems are, it's going to be okay. One of the things that we all need to make sure is that faith and hope that we have, that we need to instill that in our people, because there are challenges around the time. And I've got to show that. We've got to model that. And that's going to help us, because I really am confident. And the thing is that I'm an audacious person, and they're behind me are audacious people. And I think that good things can happen. I've been everywhere I've been, they've said, you can't do that, that's going to be impossible, and then we just kick their butt. The thing is, and I mean that in the best way, because the thing is that we're going to be hopeful people. We're going to believe things are happening. And the people behind me have the capacity to do that. The people in my classrooms that are completely dedicated, we have the capacity to do that. And I really, truly believe we can achieve an A rating. I really do. And the commitment that we have and the commitment we have to each other is going to be vitally important. And so how does it work? You have to be data-driven, like I mentioned, and you have to have relationships. The thing is, I've been to 300 plus, I think almost 400 campuses, and today I had donuts with Dave, just because I'm going to start it here, because I really feel like I've neglected central office, because I've been out on the campuses. I've put 30,000 miles on my car, and I really have. And it's been the best in the world. And I can't wait to walk into a building on the side doors where that makes the principals mad, but I do love them. And I think that if I build that relationship with them, they know that we care, everything else takes care of itself. we have to provide instructional leadership. And you can some people are just born that way, but we have to be intentional about the process. We have to be massively intentional about the notion of when we try to grow people, we have to not only grow leaders, but we have to make them intellectually and instructionally equipped to really be able to manage a high-level instructional process. And you got to be excited. You got the Beaumont behind. Is she still here? I think it's Amber's here. The thing is, there's nobody more excited than Amber. Maybe Rob McFarland, but I mean, it's a pretty close race. They would tire out after a while. And the thing is, too, is every child, every day. And the parents the kiddos that struggle. I was a kid that struggled. And I'm telling you, that's why I'm a good teacher. And that's why, because most people that are teachers are good at school, and I got the kids that needed my help. And it's become my lifelong passion in terms of social and emotional development and character to make our kids better so they can thrive and achieve and have hope. And so, one of the things too is that I showed you this before, but the thing is that when a teacher comes to that needs help and comes to a building, they need to be able to have it, and it needs to be seamless. It needs to be quick, and they need to be able to have a lot of confidence in it. And so when you think about this, that racetrack that I showed you last time, they come in and in 3 or 4 seconds, they have tires and they're on the road. But the thing is that you have to have the tires there. You have all the tools there. The gas can, a gas can doesn't do you any good. You got to have the lug nuts. You got to have everything ready to go and equip people that actually can do it really quickly and get them back on the road. And so, naturally you think about that and think about school, and I can go from NASCAR to Formula One to chicken. But, I love Chick-fil-A. I love it in the morning. I love it in the afternoon. I love it in the evening. I love it with extra pickles. But I mean, the thing is that, that you're lying if you're saying you don't. But the thing is that when we think about that and we think about our programs and how we try to implement this process with staffing and about how we implement instructional programs, we've really got to focus on the chicken. And what I mean by that is we've really got to focus on the high quality product. And when you pull in and someone says my pleasure, you're going to get a great product. You're going to get, they don't sell waffle fries to go because they're afraid they're not going to be bad. You have to get them there because they have a standard of quality. But you've got to know that's the case. The other thing is you get to study the car line, because at the end of the day too, when we think about how we create our systems for staffing, that Chick-fil-A can get you through in 5 minutes. So if a principal's on their own, if a teacher's on their own, if we're on our own and we're decentralized, when I've told you this before, Conroe ISD is as good as the principal on the campus, and that still remains true. But are we providing them the level of customer services? Dr. Landry says that fanatical customer service that we do. Can we do that? And do we have a car line that knows they're going to get through there? And then the thing is that we've got to really prioritize my pleasure. I mean, the thing is that sometimes I'm worried, but you've really got to be that notion of saying that you be hopeful and say that everything's going to be okay. And you've got to really prioritize on the notion of that, having that attitude and of service and gratitude that we're going to model for our teachers, that they're going to model to our kids, and it's going to make a difference. And so when we think about these audits and about what we're doing to adequately staff what we're doing, that we're going to be very, 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 very lean, but we're also going to be very, very equipped. And the thing is too is that you got to give them Sunday off. And the thing about that, when I think about the Sunday off, that you really have to think about if they have a guaranteed and viable curriculum that they can deliver each and every day, assessments that match it, ownership from the people that we have with regard to instructional leadership, it's going to make a difference. One of the things that Dr. Landry is going to talk to you about in a bit is that, our instructional standards as far as our school district goes, we had really qualified people as directors for math and stuff, but we didn't have really qualified people for directors of middle school. If you look at our data, that's where we struggle. But you have to have someone who owns 5th grade math, someone who owns, science, so they can keep that love going for what we're supposed to be doing. And we really have to make sure that we do that in a really quality way. So we're going to provide that instruction and that support to those teachers where they can go home and they're not having to create their own lessons and do all those kind of things, that we give them the kind of support that they feel comfortable and confident with, that they want more of. We're not about just giving them something else to do. And central offices are notorious for that. It's just, justifying your job with something else to do. And believe me, I read things online and I worry about things and I don't doubt myself, but I think, are you really getting the whole picture? because, and I'm going to say this too, the only way that we're going to do this is if we all collectively love our babies. And the only way we're going to do that is we're making sure that we have awesome teachers with awesome leadership, with awesome plans that are equipped. And so, really, when you think about that, we need to give our our kids a learning experience that a teacher feels the amount of pleasure, isn't just forced to do it, and has a notion that we as a central office, we as a school district, provide great service and an amazing, consistent, delicious chicken sandwich that everybody's going to love in the form of math curriculum and science curriculum and social studies curriculum and reading curriculum. And I've done this. I'm good at this. I mean, I don't say it in a haughty way. I've just learned through mistakes, and I'm not afraid to get out there and do what we need to do because our teachers need us. Our babies need us. And if you have an engaged teacher, you know this. It's the show. It begins in it. I don't know how, I always felt like I wasn't that great of a teacher, but I just couldn't wait to get to school in the morning, and I was really engaged, and I wanted to know, about, the kids and about their lives and about those kind of things. And, I was when people that, just love the kids, I want to spend more time with them. I want to help the teachers. We have these engaged teachers that they love what they're doing, and then they do. The audit showed that. We just got to support them. And so the thing is that when you think about a barrier, it really is this notion of, we've really got to go, make sure that you look at these things and you say, do you wash a rental car? No. Why? Because you don't own it. You're going to wash your car. You're going to do those things because it matters. The only way that we're going to do is if we as a school district, we as principals, we as teachers, we as bus drivers, the ISS person that's been doing that, what was her name?
Ms. Duhan.
Ms. Duhan, and Ms. Duhan was giving me advice. I mean, I got a lot of things, but the thing is that she owns ISS. Isn't that amazing? And she loves her job. But she changes lives. And so the thing is this, when we have amazing people doing amazing things, but I'm going to tell you this, how we structured it, it was untenable. You think about, I was thinking of Tamika, Dr. Taylor, she had 75 jobs. I was afraid she wasn't going to, put a new roof on the building. I guess we probably asked her. She just hadn't gotten around to it yet. But the thing is too is that the other thing too is that when we had it, we had 3 different departments telling the principal what to do, and they got different stories. And if I was a kid, I would always went to my mom because she thought everything was doing great. I never went to my dad, and so you got to get the right answer, right? But when you have three people that are giving advice, nobody owns it. And so what we've done is we've kind of combined the best of all we can do, and created a curriculum instruction department that has all those features and functions. They're just very linear driven, and they focus on elementary, middle school, and high school with expert people. And now it's fewer people, but the thing is that we've changed positions and we've changed ownerships in terms of their titles because we've saved $1.7 million. And I'm not doing it just to save money. If it costs that much money, I know you guys told us, what we have to do, you have to support it because we want to be good at what we do. But the thing is that efficiency model helped us get there. And I welcome anybody to come and talk to me about that because, sometimes it's more expensive. And I appreciate your support allowing me to go through that. And the thing too is that, I don't know what happened to my presentation because it looks so amazing. But the thing is that when you think about this is that Tamika was in charge of school improvement, student services, counseling services, community outreach, transportation, but the thing is that, you think about those things, it's really hard to be effective at those processes. And so, with Dr. Upshaw, is now helping us with, all the leadership pieces and parts, and she's going to help with the legislation, she's going to help with legal stuff. And and the thing is, she's going to have like 3 jobs instead of 7. And and Tamika is going to be in charge of fewer things, but really focused. And so what we're doing now is we're really combining those. And so now you have counseling, outreach, and behavioral services. So which means our teachers from Tamika's office are going to get, well, I'm going to get too excited. I got to start going. That's how this was. So how are we going to do it? How are we going to define, manage, and model? And the first thing I did is listen to our great people. And the thing is that we have really good people that are super committed and really give better presentations than me, but it's close. And the thing is that we have to really look at the reality of things. I don't know if you know this, but I have passion for counseling because if kids are not going to learn a dang thing if they're not okay, if they're not engaged, if they have hope and well-being and engagement. And the state believes that, but they require 80% of a counselor's time on guidance curriculum, individual planning, responsive services and system support. And that's a law. And the thing is that what we're doing currently, every counselor at every campus does their own thing. They have to create their own thing. They have to define their own thing. They have to manage their own thing. And they have to model it. And they have to spend more money on that. We could do better than that. And the thing is this. Did you know that there's 34 plus mandates that a counselor has to perform each and every year? And they're not small things. And it's our job to make sure, and they're on their own, individually checking those things off. The defining, managing, and modeling those systems to ensure this happens, we really have to help. And we've got good counselors that really love kids. But how are we helping? And this doesn't include 504 scheduling, planning, planning everything else, because my counselor do everything because they were better at it. And so it was a big thing to go on. And to think about this, we have 183 counselors. And aren't they beautiful people? And they're all colored. Man, they're counselors. There's not a more excited group. But we have 58 elementary counselors. When you look at intermediate and junior high, 49. And we have 74 high school counselors. And the thing is this. We have one person, 2 people that are in charge of all of it. And now we have some support people that do different things, but, what can they do? We needed somebody to own elementary. We needed somebody to own intermediate and junior high. And the thing, these people, and they're going to have positions, there's fewer of them, but they're going to be really providing, and Tamika's going to talk to you about the Texas Standard, but we're also going to be helping and delivering to these people, these amazing people, all the lessons that they're going to need. That's going to be handled. And I've got my walk-up music there. It's just great. And the thing is, too, is that we're going to do it at the high school, we're going to do it at the junior high, and we're going to do it at the elementary, and that they're going to provide radical customer service. And when that race car pulls in, they're going to get their tires changed, they're going to do everything, and they're going to go out there and get them because they know we care about them. And we're going to equip them. And so when you look at this model, the standard of it is it's going to be a lot more doable. It's going to be very service-oriented. And Ted and Dr. Landry is going to talk to you a little bit about how the curriculum part's going to work. But, we need to really laser focus because the educational process is so different and learning standards are so different at each of these different groups. And we're actually, the Texas Education Agency organizes these things into these groups. And so now that we can take care of them, it's going to be so much better. And so the thing is that when we think about that too, I didn't mention this, is that, we're actually going to have our MTSS, a director of MTSS. Well, really what it is they're going to actually design and plan and implement behavior management plans and classroom management plans that we're going to have with every teacher. And so every teacher, and especially new, because most of them don't come with those abilities. And my goal, my hope, my dream is the next version of our House Bill 6 is that we ask the state of Texas to create and mandate classroom management training for every teacher. Because if you can get out, the biggest thing as a principal that I had is I had a teacher that hadn't been through classroom management training, and it was an uphill battle. It wasn't about math or science, it was about classroom management. And so we're going to have one person, we're going to have one group actually designing all of that according to their grade level. Because high school kids and kindergarten kids are different. And I would venture to say sometimes that the kindergarten kids act worse. But the thing is that we're going to have this. We're going to have feeder consistency. We're going to have classroom management training. And we're going to have clear accountability and support because these people need it. We deserve it. And I think that's going to help us to the next level. And the thing is that I'm really proud of what we've been able to do as far as this goes, as far as our process for Dr. Landry and company. And in all honesty, the thing is that you still need Dr. Upshaw and Dr. Taylor. We're not just going to pull those guys completely out because they own a lot of real estate in terms of making this happen. But together, I'm really proud of the model that we've created that I think really in assured ways is going to help us get where we're going to go. And I want to say this too. I appreciate the curriculum coaches. I do. I was grateful for all the things they had. We just had to go a little bit of a different direction financially, but more importantly because the support model that we had to do, this is going to be the most important thing that we do in terms of getting everything ready to go. Because those people who own it, instead of advise it, makes a difference. So, Dr. Landry, you want to come up and finish this up?
Okay. Good evening. Good evening. So this is information that we've seen before, but we're gonna keep saying it because it is so important that we all understand the principle involved, and that is going to be that the campus principals and the teachers and the campuses are getting the fanatical support that we can give them. We've seen this. This is the current structure. You have all of these different inputs going in at the campus principals, and then they have to then define and discern and try to sort through all of the messaging that they are getting. We're going to reorganize. Curriculum instruction and school improvement are going to be the resources. The assistant superintendents of schools are going to meet with the principals. They're going to help them with their comprehensive needs assessments. They're going to identify their specific individual campus needs. They're going to tie that to the feeder pattern so we can have a very cohesive, very tight, vertically aligned curriculum that addresses the needs of the individual students within that feeder pattern. And curriculum instruction and school improvement are going to make sure that we have both the expertise and the boots on the ground needed to make sure that those efforts move forward. We're going to stick with the written, taught, and tested curriculum. You can see it's going to be based on TEKS. We're going to utilize the high quality instructional materials to the best of the ability. We're going to try to squeeze every drop out of them that we can. We're going to be looking at, the scopes and sequences, year at a glance, exemplar lessons, and those subject area coordinators are going to own their portion of that curriculum, elementary, middle, and high, so that those principals have access to curriculum experts at their specific level. It's not someone who's a secondary who's just kind of filling the gap in the middle area. That middle area, those 5th grade through 8th grade, is going to be critical for us to make sure they are the linchpin that holds that whole vertical alignment together. And then the tested component, common assessments, we're going to make sure that we have a very solid assessment program that is, it's not just assessments applied haphazardly, but it is actually coordinated assessments that are based on the materials that are taught, so that the teachers can get real-time data so that they can make those adjustments as needed as they are ongoing. Campus-focused curriculum support, we just talked about that, elementary, intermediate or middle school, and high school. That's going to be a focus. Now, again, those departments they've shrunk quite a bit. And so we're going to be asking quite a bit of our curriculum coordinators, and it's going to be a tough road to hoe for them, but we're going to be there to support them, the assistant superintendents, the school improvement people. The thing you need to hopefully realize, and things that we are working very hard on, is that all of the departments, no matter what their role, no matter what their function, no matter what their main purpose or focus is that we are going to try to make sure that we are coordinating very tightly at this level, so that when a principal comes to us, no matter which department they need, and they reach out and they make contact with that department, they get the help they need immediately, and then that department then communicates with everyone else so that we can all be on the same page. Hey, this campus just came to us. They had this need. You might want to follow up. It would be great if they had this connected service, so that we are working here behind the scenes so that they can get what they need and move forward. But then we're right there behind, circling, just continuously circling, making sure that they have access to us and they have what they need, and hopefully anticipating what they need so we can have it ready for them. In the curriculum instruction department, single level of accountability with the curriculum coordinators that we talked about, subject area ownership, grade level expertise, streamlining communication, and high touch support from our level to the campus level. Again, when they call us, we're going to be ready, and we're going to react and act quickly. Our strategy: guaranteed viable curriculum, effective assessment systems, redesign district support. Those are what we talked about, and then again, amazing climate and focus on relationships. That's going to be that fanatical level of support that we're just not going to waver on. And that's where we are. Do I have any questions?
I have a question.
Yes,
Hi,
ma'am.
Dr. Landry. So this is a relatively significant change in our org charts and the way that we're kind of doing this based off of the board goals, and we all want to
Absolutely.
align to the. But a question for you is, are we spending more, the same, or less this year than we did last year on district leadership?
So going forward with the new structure, we will be spending $1.5 million less than we are this year, based on the new structure that we're going to. So we've took all of the pieces and parts, and then we kind of washed them out into the essentials, and then we had to change some things, create some titles, but overall we are leaner and more efficient next year than we are this year. We are going to be asking quite a bit from some folks, and we're going to stretch them at our level. But I have full faith and confidence that our folks can step up and rise to the challenge. They have the biggest hearts ever, and they want what's best for kids and for teachers. I'm very confident that we'll be able to do that. But yes, the central office, as it looks now, next year will be smaller, leaner, about $1.5 million.
Trustee May, I want to, if I might, excuse me, is that when we started this, we said we wanted to impact the campus the least, impact the classroom the least. And so what I've said is that servant leadership starts with sacrifice, and you have to start here. And that if you really love these guys that do such a great job and rock the slacks that they're going to, I mean, at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is we have to honor them first, and we have to sacrifice first. And that's it. And we're so grateful for these people that get to work a little bit harder, but that's going to be really fulfilling. I mean, what we're doing now, it's not scattershot. It's going to be really depth in making big changes. Excited.
Okay.
I don't really have a question. I'm loving everything that you guys are doing, saying, the vision, the execution. I'm so hopeful. So thank you, everyone. in
They've
this
done the
room
job.
for making
Our
this
pleasure.
happen.
I mean, really, seriously, these are great people. And I mean, I've just enjoyed the ride as far as the ramp up. I'm a lot, getting right used to me is a lot, probably pretty tough, but, this between Portia and my wife and these fine people, I'm a work in progress, but really they've done a great job. I'm very proud of what
What
we've
is it you
accomplished.
say? Match my urgency?
The thing is that,
Yeah.
it's hard to do. I always say, match my urgency. And I mean, that's hard to do because, I get up here about 4:30, so, I'm by myself. But
He's not embellishing. He really is not embellishing.
I would just like to also state that behind the scenes, there were numerous questions. We feel we asked a lot. We dug into this, and you all maybe behind the scenes, but you never once complained about everything that we asked of y'all, and we asked a lot. So I know we've done a lot of studies and a lot of analysis and tried to be very data driven, but we wanted to be human centered, and everything we've tasked you with as a team, you are already doing, but we were being more centrally focused on that student. Every decision we made that we asked of you all was to be centered on that student and the support that classroom needed, the teachers needed, because from there, everything else will work. If we can get them what they need, everything else will work.
Yeah. No, it's all for these guys right there who's sitting behind me that are in there every day, working hard for their teachers, working hard for their kids.
They need to know they're supported.
100%
And
agree.
I feel like that's been missing, and
That is
I'm
the
just
goal.
thankful to you all.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to, add to that. Change is hard. Change is really hard. And some people agree with it, some people don't. But at the end of the day, we just all need to get on board, right? And see where it goes. And I just want to commend Dr. Vinson, Dr. Lander, and the team, because change is not easy. You are going to be asking more of less people. But if it's focused, if it's tailored, and it's specific, then it becomes a lot more manageable. And at the end of the day, the number one priority is the student's learning experience. And the only way you do that is to make sure those that touch them directly or indirectly have the supports and the resources that they need. This plan is doing that. It's taking out the confusion, because from campus to campus, as a parent who has kids who have gone through campus to campus to campus, it looks and feels a little different. And while there does need to be autonomy, there still needs to be one directive vision. And this, I feel like, is going to get us there.
yeah, I think that we've got
It's exciting.
adequate guardrails. I think it's going to be great.
Yeah.
I want to say, too, thank you very much for this presentation. I think this is the starting point. I don't necessarily know exactly what's been done internally, but I think the communication, and I know we're working on that audit as we speak. I know that's coming along. But I think communication of this is going to be key between now and the end of school and then over the summer. Just want to make sure, and I trust
no.
that you will.
The thing
I
is
just
that
wanna
it's
make
going to
sure
be
we
vitally important.
communicate.
That's one of the things, Andrew's like the communications. We've implemented processes in place for social media. Our engagement is up 35%.
Okay, and I just can't stress that enough, because
the
even
thing
with us, this is new. We're seeing this for the first time this month. This is coming together.
Yeah,
The
and
pieces
thing-
are coming together. So
And that communication tool is, I'm so glad you mentioned that. And then, we're working on our communication tool that's going to be clear and concise, and the messages are going to be standardized. And we really need your help. And y'all are great. Y'all ask good questions and stuff. And, I'm glad that you're helping us to work towards doing it.
Well, and to add to that, I think every single aspect of this plan, like there has to be a communication plan for that, because as our community needs to understand, well, yeah, some tough decisions are being made. This is how it's impacting the student, because that's what it's about. Every single decision is about them. So we are doing these things. This is what the student is going to gain. They're going to get teachers who have better support systems. And it's not that we weren't trying to support them before. We're just finding more innovative and evolving ways to get them what they need quickly and efficiently.
Correct.
And a quick question. How many positions is it for that 1.7 million in savings?
Is it 27?
I
I
thought
think
it
we
was
were
the-
actually, Karen, you were putting the 28. Yeah,
From the
we're,
administration building?
yeah.
And they were
just-
reallocated? throughout the
Reallocated. Well, the thing is that, because they're reallocated in those positions. So that's another thing is that, there's people who are cutting jobs. Thank you for mentioning that we didn't do that. We're actually getting a data set for y'all about all the changes individually, because I think y'all requested that, and we're putting that together. And so we're going to hopefully get you that soon, and we'll communicate that to you as well.
Okay, Trustee Duncan, I will wrap it up with you.
I was just going to say, there's a lot changing. I know at the campus level too, not only with the classrooms, but with the administrators. They're learning what's going to be rolled out, how that's going to go. So just the communication being key is great to see. Great to see it starting to happen, and I look forward to more of that to come. So thank y'all.
ma'am.
Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to teaching and learning. Consider and possibly approve library materials in accordance with Texas Education Code 33.026, Board Policy EFB, and Senate Bill 13. Dr. Vinson, do we have something, Ms. Heath?
Yeah, you want to come in and do you want to present that? Because,
All right, Dr.
the thing
Upshaw.
is that we've got some exciting stuff.
President Olerwin, members of the board, just in compliance with EFB board policy, we bring to you tonight both lists for both March and also April for your approval to be able to purchase these additional books for our schools. Also along in this purchase are our open day collections that we are considering for adoption for the also 2 new schools that will be opening, Fowler and Arnold.
I'm sorry, I was over here being excited about bookmarked, because I'm just telling you, it's a dog that hunts. I mean, and it finds stuff, and it really helps us through stuff. And it also is a really great reading tool, because it kind of focuses and gives kids reading interests and all those kind of things. So I'm just telling you what, Upshaw and the Funky Bunch, man, they did a great job of which is you. And the thing is that, but that was hard to get installed, and so they did it in record time. In fact, the CEO said that they wanted to go use them for saying, hey, can you give us, because they were like, they're going to already the poster children for it. So, but I said, no way, we're going to see how it works first.
Can you just give a little brief overview of what bookmarked is? Because I don't know how much we.
Well, it's an analytical tool,
and
but
what we're
go
using
ahead.
it for,
I'm going to ask
the
Mindy to do
purpose.
that. Just
Okay.
she
That's
is
the
the
Funky Bunch.
expert that's been helping us do it.
So what Bookmark will do will give us a resource to review order list in our catalog. Gives a place to see in one location reviews, professional reviews on books, if books have been challenged in other locations, and things like we should be looking out for as concerns. Now, that doesn't mean that our librarians are our first line of defense. They have to do their own research as well, but this is just one more added resource that we can use to help make sure that we get the right books in the right hands of our students.
And ones that are in compliance with SB 11.
Yes. The great thing about
correct, and our
Bookmark is
local
it's
policies.
Texas specific, built by Texans.
So
it
we're
is
working smarter.
not harder.
Because we have to review, millions of books to
Oh,
be in
for sure.
compliance
Mhm.
with SB 13. So this is going to help us get there and a lot more efficient.
And it'll give
with
us
the help of our librarians.
Right, and
others.
it'll also give us all one tool, like even you all will have access, that we can have one place that we all go review, and we all have a central tool that we're looking at that's more standardized across all of us and not just going out and using a different AI tool.
I'm just saying this.
For help, but not as the only tool that we use.
If I was Bookmark, I'd be offended. It's working its tail off. So it's delivering the goods, so that's good. So we're glad
And they've
about
been
that.
very accommodating. They probably might get a little nervous that I have a technology background and give them ideas on how to change their platform for the better.
I think that's good. I think that makes their product better,
Oh, for
and
sure.
it makes our tool better. So they're not going to be nervous. If they're the business that they should be thankful to have the feedback from you.
Right. Yeah. So.
And I speak on behalf of I think most board members and parents in the community. We've been waiting a long time for this to be implemented, so I really appreciate that y'all got it done, and it's now in place and being used, and not only for our existing collections, but for future purchases, so
And
thank
our
you.
teachers won't have to go through and figure out what books one by one by one. That's a big deal. It was going to be extremely labor intensive, and this is a big deal.
Helps give some time back.
Yes.
Thank you. The only thing that I did want to clarify is that because this has been something that we have been asked, and I want to make sure that people understand that a computer program is not the decision maker
No.
of what gets put on the list or not the list. It gives us that information, and we as adults and human then go, let's see what information it's given us. Let's look at the book. Let's look at its compliance. Let's read so that we make sure that it fits within the category. Because I do think that that can be a concern that we're replacing, individuals, teachers, and librarians. That is not the purpose of the program. It's to be able to help us bring in a list with thousands of titles and go, out of all the books, please make sure you look at these 12 and look at where they fit. So I just wanted to make sure I clarified that.
Well, it goes back to the whole thing I was saying before about it may be data driven, but it's got to have the human touch. It has to be human centered. And so that's exactly where we're headed. So.
Absolutely. Thank you for your
Oh,
questions.
Quick question. So for a book to be removed, it needs to go through either the challenge process, or you guys are looking specifically for its connection with EMB policy as well. You're running the policy through Bookmarks.
Yes, you're able to put in that kind of expectation into the book and into the software, and it gives us that information. And thank you, Trustee Horton, for asking that. So obviously, if there's a book in order that is currently in the collection, because right now we're just approving new books but currently we are still reviewing books that are in our collection and saying, do they meet the new criteria under our EFB, which I think is 9 criteria, and then, or do they meet our board policy EMB? Once we receive those books, according to board policy EFB, if we find a book that we feel does not meet it, it needs to be pulled from the collection, and then we are still in the process of being able to determine what that deposition or disposal process is, or removal process. I really don't like the word disposal, but we need to come to the board to be able to say, this is a book that we're considering to remove because it doesn't meet policy. We're still in that process to be able to define that with you.
Would ultimately still end up at the board, even though it's not a formal challenge.
Yes, that is according to our local policy. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
But you are checking it again. I mean, not just our local, but state law.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Any other further questions, or can we get Dr. Vinson to certify? All right. Dr. Vinson, do you certify that the library materials presented comply with TEC 33.026, Board Policy EFB, and Senate Bill 13?
I do now.
All right. All those in favor of approving these lists, show by the uplift of hands. Oh, wait. I guess I have to have a motion. Sorry. Someone. Thank you.
A second.
Thank you. All those in favor, show by the uplift of hands. All right, the motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
Okay. That was a big chunk. We are moving on to discussion and possible adoption of the district special education homecoming project and plan.
Good evening again, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Vinson.
This guy's worked so hard, it's homecoming month. So,
So, yes, it has a pin. Put it on him. So just for the viewing audience, Dr. Landry and team, but Dr. Landry headed up this team as stating, or this project. And, and Dr. Vinson reached out to me and he goes, hey, at the board meeting when we do this, we want to do a homecoming mom. And so it started out a little bit as a team ha-ha.
Yeah,
And then I got tasked with putting it together for you, and it became one of these things. And so I said to Dr. Vinson when I sent him a picture of it, and I said, as a mom designer, I admit I struggled with where to even begin, but as I sat down to design, I decided to let the district itself be my guide. At first glance, the homecoming mom may not look like a traditional work of art. It's not perfectly coordinated. It's a mix, a hodgepodge of colors and pieces that don't naturally belong together on a color wheel. But that's exactly what makes it beautiful. The orange, royal blue, hunter green, navy, red, purple, black, and white represent the different feeder zones across our district. The colors may not blend, but together they represent our community. The gold and silver shine brightly, just like the people in this district who show up every day and give the best to our students. And at the very center is a gold heart representing our students. Because when we keep students at the center of everything we do, even the most unlikely combinations become something meaningful, something powerful, and something truly beautiful. And as the president of this board, I just want to say thank you for bringing a very difficult, challenging project from your team to fruition and bringing something that started out as kind of a funny to you to something beautiful that we have now.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And you know, I do want to say that, you know, I am here now, but Dr. Wiggins and her team deserve all of the credit for this. They have worked on this for years now on trying to provide, and make no mistake, all of this is to provide students with the very best possible learning experience that they can in the most comfortable environment for them in their local neighborhood zone school. And so I'll wear it very proudly and smile. But Dr. Wiggins and her group are the ones
you
that
can always
deserve.
bequeath it to her.
I might do that. We'll pass that around. But the homecoming plan, this is truly, so for years, just for some background and some context, I know you might have already know this, but for many years, the district functioned on more of a centralized special ed programming model for some of its high needs students. And they were bused to campuses that were not where they were locally zoned, but that's because that's where the program was housed. So in this vision of this program is to return students in specialized programs to their zoned neighborhood schools, where their neighbors and their peers attend school, where they have family and friends. So that is the vision. The core goal being to ensure that every student feels connected to their local zoned school community. Students shouldn't have to leave their home campus to receive high-quality services that they deserve. That should be available to them. And a distinction that this is a structural shift. It has nothing to do with budget. Like I said, this process started 3 years ago, and it started mainly in the secondary schools, and it is now. We're just in the final phase of decentralizing our special education program. Now, it will take some movement of some reallocation of some staffing and some resources to make sure that all of the students receive that experience, that positive experience, but it is a structural shift and it is not a budgetary concern thing. This is a win-win-win for all of the stakeholders in Conroe ISD. The students get to stay in their school communities with their peers and siblings, and they can receive their full continuum of services on their home campus. And the district providing the continuum of services on every campus and developing long-term relationships with families. And it also provides some logistical positives for us in that students, they don't have to be bused. which means we don't have transportation routes or drivers to assign to those things. And it's just a better geographic balance across all of the campuses. So to do this, though, we have to make sure everybody's prepared. The staff and leadership training is going to be key and essential. All of the principals who are receiving programs, who don't have current programs, they're going to get in-depth SPED training for the principals and the APs beginning in May. So we have the timeline is if you guys are amenable to the proposal, that we're going to start this training at the May 4th principals meeting. They're going to start getting their administrative training. And then there will be an orientation phase where parents and students can go to see their home campuses. We'll hopefully have that done by the end of the first week in May. And then into the summer in May and June and July, the administrators will continue to receive training both from Region 4 and from our in-house special education people to make sure that they are fully equipped and have all of the resources and questions they need answered before those students arrive on their campuses. So all of the campuses, none of the campuses we have, when we build campuses, we build them with these things in mind. So no additional construction is needed. They are ready and equipped for the programs. They might need some furniture, a changing table, or some type of special consideration for a student with a special need. But by and large, generally speaking, they are ready to go. And our goal is to create a balanced learning environment across the district. And the plan ensures that students are distributed in a way that allows every campus to provide the individualized attention and resources necessary for student success. Moving students closer to home isn't just better for social development, but it is a more responsible use of taxpayer funds as well. When I mentioned earlier the bus routes, when you look at, this is estimated and anticipated, but when we look at the routing necessary or that won't be necessary, you're talking about 8 routes with a savings about $100,000 per route with a total savings of about $800,000 and an added benefit of freeing up 8 drivers that could address those routes that we have, we need drivers for as well. So there is a financial and operational efficiency to it as well. As I mentioned, all campuses that are getting students will be having an orientation night or an open house, if you will, for students and families to come and see the school, get familiar with it, allow us to welcome them and make them really, truly feel a part of that campus experience so that their first experience isn't on the first day of school in August, and that they already know where they're going and feel comfortable about that. Now, just a few things about special ed in general. We talked about the growth that we've seen in special ed, and it does not look like it's going to stop. You can see our numbers here, and but in the pipeline, when we say that means that there are 1,084 initial evaluations that are currently in progress. Now, not all of those will qualify for special services, but many will. And our special populations will continue to grow. So this will help us in an effort to make sure that we can meet the needs of our students. So to address that growth, now this is not money we're not coming to you to ask for money. This is not a cost associated, but as a district, knowing that we were growing in special ed, we had already planned to allocate an additional $2.5 billion to add focuses and assessment on dyslexia, and then an additional investment of $700,000 for other targeted position realignment for a total additional investment on top of what we're already paying. So not only are we not cutting anything out of special ed, but we are in fact investing more dollars there because of the growth. Total
Dr.
investment
Landry,
of 3.2.
sorry, can I just interrupt? The 2.5, is that from HB2 that we received, the bump in SPED funding?
What?
I'm just curious if that's coming from HB2.
So we won't know what that number looks like until we report PEMS data in 26, 27. We do have an increase in revenue built into the budget that I'll be presenting tonight of $2.3 million. But I was being very conservative on that number because we don't know where that's going to land until we actually report PEMS data under the new intensity-based model of funding. So yes, there should be additional SPED funding coming. to help offset some of this 3.2.
And it's based on what we give them as our numbers, or
Correct.
do they give a set
That,
amount?
that all happens through PEAMS reporting next school year.
And it's a 7-point scale. It's a mess.
Yeah, it's a mess because it's part of the funding formula, but can you explain maybe that, how that is applied? What does PEAMS data do?
PEAMS is all of our student data, all of our attendance data, all of the special program data that's reported to TEA.
Right, but I'm
throughout
just
the year
asking-
and in the summer. So once we report all of that data next year, we'll have an idea probably early in the fall what it looks like, because now we're required to report every 6 weeks our PEAMS data. So we used to report one time in the summer, all of the attendance and special program data. Now we're having to report every 6 weeks attendance period. So while we had to make an estimate going into the budget year, as the year progresses next year, we'll have a better idea. And the thought process is we'll be conservative in the number, so if it comes in higher, because what we don't want to do is overestimate revenue and then spend more than what we're going to have coming in.
Exactly. And that might be a better question for the budget portion of this meeting,
Sure.
so I'll save it. But I do
Okay.
like that we're highlighting that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So the new allocations with these funds, the new allocations that we're looking at is adding 50 new dyslexia teachers, 4 new speech pathologists, 4 new diagnosticians, and 4 new school psychologists to help with the growing needs in special ed. So, you know, the why, strategic personnel allocation. So we are having to move some personnel around. The why is because of the growth in the student numbers require more certified teachers in the classroom. Finding special ed, quality special ed teachers at any given time is tremendously difficult. We are constantly running with vacancies in that area. So the current district level facilitators, homebound teachers, adaptive PE teachers are utilized to fill those vacancies in a temporary status. So, you know, some of the strategic personnel reallocations, we're gonna take some of those current district facilitators who are really going out to campuses anyway, and we're gonna go ahead and assign them to a campus. And we're gonna take our best and most highly qualified special ed people and certified people and put them directly in the front lines in classrooms so they can daily impact the needs of the special ed kids. There will still be district level facilitators. There will still be central office people, support people that will be able to help the classroom teachers. But this is just a better way for us to allocate what we have and still serve the students as best as we possibly can. And that's what I have. You guys have any questions?
I just have a couple of thoughts about this. This is something that I knew was coming before us, and I waited over pretty heavily and shared some concerns that I had. And Dr. Winkler spent some good time with me on the phone, and so I really appreciate that. Dr. Wiggins, you as well. Conceptually, I completely understand this as a special education parent that has been embedded in the special education community for a very long time. I have heard over and over from parents that were offered a program for their student that was best for their student, but they didn't want to take it because it was not on their home campus. So conceptually, I completely understand that, the need for homecoming. The concern I have is that we are doing a lot of change, right? And that this is another change for campuses that is a significant change. And the execution on this really has to be on point, because at what point is too much change,
Yeah,
right?
the thing is, it's true, and the thing that, one of the things that y'all have we've taken it very serious to heart. You know, we've created very specific timelines. We've actually adapted staff development in the areas that we need to have them trained and give them plenty of advance notice. And we're actually going to not only standardize this staff development, but we're going to actually individualize it in really great staff development with regard to behavior management, even staffing and scheduling, and then with regard to our life skills. And we're going to bring that staff development to their campus for them specifically. And so it's really kind of bougie, a la carte service for our people. And, you know, we're asking we're not just forcing it on them, we're asking what they need. You know, that's real. I don't know if that ever happens before. And the principals have been really good. I'm really proud of what they've been able to do. And the thing is,
It's easy to understand. We've worked the last 2 weeks to make sure, even the concerns y'all had, that's very doable. And then even like with regard to the details related to your ability to go visit campuses. We have a playbook, a one-page playbook that says you're going to do this, you're going to do this, and so every parent feels the same extreme value from what we say to what we do to the length of it we're going to have time, and then we're going to do that. And the communication starts tomorrow, predicated that this goes okay, and we're going to start communicating with parents tomorrow to give them plenty of time. And we heard what you said, and we want to make sure it's there. Our goal is to make it actually easier and more doable for parents and for teachers and for principals, because we think that it will. Because some of our principals right now are so overwhelmed, you know. And I mean, like if you take Kaufman, you have as many behavior students.
Or Patterson.
Yeah, they need help.
Okay, for the sake of time, I'm going to start down here if it's okay. Do you have any questions or concerns that you want to discuss, Trustee Gambino?
No, we've discussed my concerns before the meeting, so I'm okay.
Trustee Dawson?
Mine are the same as Trustee May, but I'm, willing to go with what you guys are saying.
Trustee Dungan?
I just want to thank y'all for addressing the concerns that were brought to you, because that's very meaningful and appreciated, not just by us, but by everyone at the campus level. So thank you.
Mine were answered before the meeting. Thank you for the information.
Yes, same. Mine were also answered.
And I'm not sure if I know Dr. Wiggins, I know that he mentioned you and your team, but this wasn't a rash, quick change, actually, with other things that are going on. This has been in the works for how long?
So this is year kind of 3 and 4-ish, because we've had
In the
some
planning.
and so really our final phase, our ultimate goal would be even our early childhood. That's not included right now, but that would be the final phase, which is what we hope to do. And then the one piece of this to share is that this is really the sustainable change, because what's happened is we're having to continue to add programs and then rezone each program in a cluster. So this actually is something that, while it feels like a change, is something that's actually sustainable for us. I'm not as tall as you. And inevitably, it allows us to continue to move forward without having to once again Band-Aid it. It creates something that's sustainable for us in special education.
Okay, Trustee May had one thing, and then I'll finish up.
One more question, sorry. I know we talk about retention of special education staff, and they have a really, really hard job. And we know that the pipeline is pretty dry for special education professionals. Have we ever thought about putting in place a very special education retention program that is, I don't know if is it about money? I don't think that's why people leave special education. I think it's because the job is really hard. You might tell me something different, Dr. Wiggins, but is there something that we can get really laser focused on our special education staff and really hone in on what we need to do
My experience has
to
been
get them to stay?
It's the manageability of the program. And the fact of the matter is the sustainability of what you're doing is going to be the notion that we're going to do, and then the change is going to be different, and then you provide good training. And then the second thing is you need to I've rewarded the heck out of it, and it's not done as nearly as much as having that, because really that value is there to knowing what you're doing and the adequate support to make it happen. That's why, with House Bill 6, how the bill, one thing that turns over more than anything is extreme behavior. And, we all know that is when we were teaching, it's just really hard. And so that's where we need more money and resources, and our babies need true therapeutic care that we can pay for. And so that's when it's going to keep them. But the other thing is, we'll take a look at that, and we'll do it really slow and methodically, because I've done it with enough fast change as far as what we're going to do. So we'll take a look at that.
I'm also glad to hear that we're working with Region 4 to help with the training. It's good to see them being a part of the process and giving us more hands on deck. And then I asked you a question when I met with you regarding can we staff all of this? And are we prepared for multiple locations versus more centralized? And you said?
Yeah, so we are staffed for this, and actually it allows us a little more flexibility with staff. So inevitably for us, when we're adding a new program, you kind of are in a separate little, silo when it comes to working through that program. With us putting it more centralized, I mean, not centralized and going to campuses, it allows us flexibility of staff. So when you have like less behavior students and you have a behavior teacher with less students, then you have that ability to use our expertise to service and support more students on the campus that aren't just in that program, but maybe students that need behavior supports. So it allows us a little more flexibility with our specialized training to spread our staff so that they can really use their expertise to help in lots of areas on the campus.
Okay, and lastly, I asked you a question, another question about a student that has, because a lot of people may not even understand this, but we could have a student with special needs that has a 1-to-1 ratio. They actually have a support person, 1-to-1 to one student. That is, that does not cut into a school's allocation, correct?
No, so any students that have a specific student support, those are specific to that student. So then when that student moves, that actual position, actually when they're hired for that position, they're assigned as that student's person. And then inevitably, they understand that when they accept that position, that like as that student transition to the next campus, they would also transition. So when we factor in those numbers, we do have I think it's about 12 of those specific paras that are working with students, and they're factored specifically to that student. They aren't in our ratios of staffing.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, I will say, do I have a motion?
I would like to motion that we adopt the district's special education homecoming project plan.
Do I have a second?
A second.
All those in favor show by the uplift of hands. The motion carries 7-0. Let the training begin.
Yes.
You'll notice your mom does not have a bell on it.
I appreciate that.
Okay. Moving along, we are at teaching and learning, receive information regarding the Texas standard. Dr. Taylor.
Okay.
Notice they're color coordinated.
So I am super excited tonight, and I'll explain these people behind me in just a minute. But good evening, President Oldenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Vinson. Tonight we come to you with information about the Texas Standard, and this is a district-wide movement, and you'll receive lots of information about it tonight. But before we get started, I want to introduce the people to my left, which are the people who have been doing lots of work in the background. You will hear from Dr. Gorman tonight. We have Jess Winkler, who has done a tremendous amount of work, including the amazing graphics that you see on our presentation. And then Marianne Turbi-Artez is also highly involved in this work, so I'm so thankful for the three of them. And I'll explain this side in just a minute. So we will go ahead and get started with this presentation. The first thing you might want to know is really, what is this? This is a district-wide movement that will equip every student to be successful in school, career, and life. And you've heard a lot tonight about the consistency that we're bringing to our district. This is a part of that structure across all campuses where students will understand who they are. We will be able to build strong relationships and help them plan for their future. And the outcome of this is to increase hope, well-being, engagement, and achievement while ensuring every student graduates with purpose, direction, and skills to help them have a good life. And we are excited to bring that work to you. I want to shift a little bit over to Dr. David Vinson.
So, this is kind of the culmination of my life's work, and it's what I call, my framework, and it's something that I've worked on when I started out in my journey in character education. I just realized that character kids, you gave character training, the good kids got awards, and the kids that struggled didn't. And so the thing is that to building hope, well-being, and engagement is that a kid that's going to be good in sports or good in robotics or whatever, they get to explore their strengths at school. And if their school has a map for their future where they feel engaged and hopeful, that makes them want to come to school. I'd love to say they wanted to come for math or science. Most of the time they don't. One of my kids did. And then the thing is that, but if you don't develop relational skills, if you don't develop their character skills about how you work through things, if it's not going to be anything, because like what Teddy Roosevelt said, to educate a man in mind and not in morals is to create a menace to society. And so you can have skills, but if you don't do what you're supposed to do, it's not going to matter. And the foundation of it all, and where I really got it, is that we need to have educators that want to build relationships with kids and are there for kids, and it begins there. And with, and, you know, the people that she doesn't want to talk about on the other side do a great job of building those relationships. And it increases hope, well-being, and engagement. And a hopeful kid, an engaged kid, you know, a kid that has well-being, they rule the world. And maybe they're not going to be rich or they don't think, but their life is meaningful. And if we can do that, man, we've done everything.
Can I just say really quickly that out of all of the things that we're doing in this district, I think this is the most important thing.
Absolutely.
It underpins everything.
Absolutely. Thank you for saying that. And so what you already know about the Texas Standard is the part where the Board of Trustees and Dr. Vinson gets a chance to go out to recognize our staff members, students, who exemplify the values in our district. And you've done a great job. I've been able to show up to some of these celebrations. President Oldenweller, you have it down. I mean, you could recite this in your sleep. And this is big for us because our community needs to understand that we recognize those great character traits. And so we've already started that work, and I'll talk a little bit about the timeline. But before, I'll talk a little bit about the timeline. When Dr. Vinson first introduced this concept to us, by having a movement that encompasses all of this work. This is not brand new to us. All of the things that we'll talk about tonight, our character ed, our career exploration, and all the pieces are things that our amazing campuses, and these are some examples of that work, our amazing campuses already had in place. What's new to us is putting this into a package, making this a consistent movement across every campus, not just these 4, but every campus in our district. And so this work started with developing the core values. You've been a part of that. Many of our community members have been a part of that. And then we selected committees to help us carry out this work, our steering committee and our task force that we'll talk about in just a minute. And the next thing that we're focused on is professional development. How do we bring people into this work? They have to be developed and understand all of the components of this work so that by the 26-27 school year, we are ready to fully implement this work on all campuses. So this group of people on the screen are our Texas Standard Task Force. They have been very instrumental in helping us shape this work, starting with our campus principals. Tonight we have Dr. Carlton Todd, Amber DeBeaumont, Laura Collins, and Josh Hughes. These principals have put in the work. They have gone out of town to see this work in action. They have given feedback to this task force and to our steering committee about real life application. Can this work at an elementary campus? How does this look at the high school level? How does this look at junior high? And these are our thought partners in this work. So I want to openly thank them tonight. They have already done a lot of great work, and they have a lot of great work left to do. And so we are super excited about them joining us on this journey. In addition to the 35 people you see on the screen, which includes assistant principals, counselors, teachers, district staff members, they have all worked together to help us come up with great plans for this work. So many of them wanted to be here tonight, and so they are watching us online. So thank you, Texas Standard Task Force members, for everything you've done so far in this work. So why does this work matter? And why are we doing this now? Let's talk about unified practices. That has been the theme, consistency across our district, expectations across our district. That is huge on moving forward. We plan to have this work so solid and so tight that I think one of you mentioned tonight, when your child goes from one school to the next, you will see that consistency. Additionally, this is required by the state. We are required to integrate character traits and personal skills into our K-12 instruction. But most importantly, this is not something else that we are just giving our teachers or administrators to do. This will provide them a tool to help them carry out this work day to day. We don't want our teachers to feel overloaded. We don't want our administrators to feel overloaded. We plan on giving them a product
that Dr. Todd can take back to his campus, or Amber can take back to her campus, it is ready-made, it is ready to go, and we are all speaking the same language. This work will include 4 core strands, and I'll talk about each one briefly tonight. The first one is to cultivate meaningful relationships. Every student will have the ability to connect to a trusted adult who helps advocate for them and helps them understand how to achieve at a high level. Recognize strengths and interests. This strand will help students explore personal interests and figure out what they're good in. You know, think about your own child. What am I good in? What is my gift? What can I be when I grow up? And we will have opportunities for kids to learn that and how to explore their own interest. Another strand is your future, your path. This is where kids understand what career opportunities exist. I mean, and there is a wealth of careers that kids will be exposed to. It's not like the old school when we had home economics, at least that's what I had. This gives kids opportunities to learn that there are so many things in life at your disposal. We will have Future Fridays where kids are exposed to careers across the entire district. We will have videos of industries, professional, blue collar, culinary, lawyers, doctors, you name it. The sky is the limit, and we want our kids to know that, and we want our kids to know that they can be great in whatever they do. Our last strand is twofold. This is where we build in our character ed. Kids will learn how to have integrity, responsibility, gratitude, be very resilient, and this will be based on our district character traits. And the second part of this will be our district-wide standard systems for behavior expectations. Across the board, there will be a standard of how kids are to behave at school, and Dr. Gorman will talk a little bit about that. But the most important thing here is this is led by the campus principal. This is a top-down approach. Every principal will have this standard in place. They will train their own staff members, and every teacher in this district will get what they need to be successful in this model. When these 4 core strands work together, collectively, our kids will have increased hope, well-being, engagement, and achievement. These are the core values. We've seen these before. This is a part of our Texas Standard Awards that many staff members have received this year. This is an example of a calendar, and you have a printed copy. This calendar highlights the days that will be a part of this work. There will be designated Texas Standard Days where campuses will talk about these amazing character traits. We will have opportunities to celebrate success all across the district, all around the same time frame, which brings more consistent practices into our district. And this is one of my favorite slides, because when you talk about balancing accountability with support, a lot of this work started with our very own superintendent when he helped pass House Bill 6. And we know that House Bill 6 was intended to restore balance, strengthen and clarify systems, support students and teachers, and to protect the learning environment. And that consistency is going to be key in our district. So when we talk about the learning environment and behavior expectations, we have some standard structures that will be in place, and Dr. Gorman will give you a quick overview of those structures.
Good evening, President Ottenweller, members of the board, Dr. Vincent. I am truly excited to present to you all this work that we have put together, especially the standards of structures and procedures and the standard of classroom culture. That is very dear and near to my heart. These are not new initiatives. This is something that we have already been doing. And as Dr. Taylor mentioned, this is going to align the work to make sure that every campus has those structures in place and that we are speaking the same language when we go into each place. So it's an exciting thing that's going to make us stronger, and there's going to be stronger engagement, and it's going to end up having great student outcomes. What is the standard of campus structures and procedures? The standard of campus structures and procedure is going to be a way for us to define, manage, and model what we want to see in each campus. This is going to be a way for us to monitor systems that are put in place at each campus, and it's going to give the supports to teachers to make sure that they improve behaviors and that the supports are there for all the staff. How are we going to do that? We're going to do this, and I'm going to go back just because I think there is a definition I want to explain a little bit. We are going to do this through the help of the positive behavior intervention and supports teams. These are teams that are at every campus, and they are designed to create systems that are school-wide, and they're designed to make sure that their climate is being monitored, and that if they have to teach any of the standards, they have a way to roll this out. What I wanted to bring to you a little bit of information on PVIS is that this PVIS is facilitated by TEA. And one of the things that has been a misconception is that this is a way to reward students who show negative behavior. And I want to tell you that is not what happens in Conroe. PVIS is a 3-tier framework that addresses student behavior at whatever level they need and whatever support the students need. So PVIS doesn't replace consequences. It's the active approach on how we make sure that they have clear expectations and structures so that we can reduce the behavior. At every campus, there is a PVIS team. And I'm just going to give you a quick example. Bradley has the Care Bears, and Lamar has the Hope team, and they are the ones that work consistently to monitor and implement the structures. So I just want to know, I want to recognize them. They're not here, but every campus has a team, and they're going to be working through this to implement and support the Texas standard. We are doing this not just to define the structures and procedures at each campus, but also through this work, our students are going to be able to have the same experiences and the same standards at every campus. This is work that is also going to teach life skills, it's going to teach problem solving, and it's going to teach how to respect one another. So we are very excited about that. As you're going through campuses and you're doing your visits, some of you may have seen that there's visuals in the cafeteria, the hallway. These are designed and they're developed by our PBIS teams. With this, along with this comes what we call one-liners, which is ways for us to address fluidly and respectfully when students are not behaving according to the standards that they were placed. Now we're going to give the staff development to make sure that everybody understands the expectations. However, with that, every campus will have the autonomy to make sure that they are tailored to their needs. For example, there may be campuses that have stairs or that have a specific playground that other campuses do not. And they're going to be able to determine what the expectations are for those common areas. They're going to be essential for this work, and not just to implement, to monitor, to teach, and to make sure that if there's any revisions that they're working along with their administration to put in place.
These are incredibly important. You know, the thing is that I've done this before with sports teams, actually college sports teams. It's really funny because the college coaches, the Division I football college coaches, were saying that how students behave, setting really clear standards about what goes on. I mean, the locker rooms were a lot cleaner. It's really kind of crazy, but we're going to do the same thing with sixth graders. It's going to be great.
For the past few years, every campus has an outline or they have come up with what we call behavior guidelines. And these are basically values that they choose to make sure that whatever they do, they instill that in our children and they have pride into their school. We're just going to give you a couple of examples. At Wilkinson, the acronym is ROAR because they are lions. And that stands for respect, optimism, acceptance, and responsibility. At Grand Oaks, they have the GROWL as the acronym: growth mindset, respect, ownership, work ethic, and leadership. And I can tell you this, there's a sense of pride when you develop these guidelines. We are, at my household, we are Grizzlies, so we growl, and the expectation is that my kids behave and have the same standards when they go anywhere because we are representing, the Grand Oaks feeder. So we're not going to do away with this because these are very important to make sure that they have this identity for the campus. But now that we have our values for the district, as Dr. Taylor mentioned, that we're they were chosen as part of the feedback that the staff, community, and students gave. Now we have the identity of being the Texas standard and being Conroe ISD. And now we have a unified vision for what it looks like when you graduate from Conroe ISD and what are those values that you need to have as you walk through the stage, and that we have fostered and supported to make sure that you have those. So both of these things they're complementary, so they're very important for us to have. So we're going to continue that. And Dr. Vincent mentioned to us, when we were meeting, going over this work, he said, you can be proud to be an American, but you can also be proud to be a Texan. And in the same way, you can be proud to be a grizzly bear, and you can be proud to be the Texas standard. I know in my household, we are proud Broadway stars and grizzly bears. So now we're proud to be the Texas standard. The second piece to this work is the standard of classroom culture. With this, we have selected or identified a set of Tier 1 classroom management best practices that will be implemented across every classroom. These are, we have been doing this work. We're going to monitor, implement, and support our teachers to make sure that they have respectful classroom communities. We have these standards here for you, or these best practices, but I wanted to just point out a couple of them because our goal is to reduce behavioral issues, increase engagement in the classroom, and build respectful classrooms through our district. So things like attention signal, structure routines, classroom, well-defined classroom rules, they are simple, but they are high leverage practices that need to be implemented across our district, and we are going to monitor to make sure that these things are happening in every campus. Dr. Vincent talked about relational building relationships throughout the night, but I just want to talk about strong relationships are the foundation of every effective classroom. Students, if the student loves their teacher and they have a relationship, they're going to want to do their best for their teacher. And so when we talk about character education, it is expected that we teach this throughout K through 12th grade. And so through our relational practices strategies, we're going to equip our staff to make sure that they're following the expectation from TEA, but that they're also building those relationships and creating that positive classroom culture. These are the three practices that we will be focusing on next year, and it's going to be our class meetings, our respect agreements, and de-escalation. We want to make sure the students are able to share their perspective through class meetings, that they learn how to respect one another as they're developing their respect agreements, and we want to equip staff through challenging situations and how to de-escalate. So with that, I know I have personally 3 children that attend CISD, and I'm proud of the Texas Standard, and I'm proud of what we are accomplishing. And I just want you to know this is to build character, hold students accountable, but also provide a safe and caring environment. Our team and our task force is excited to continue to support our students, staff, and administrators. I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Taylor.
So to wrap this up, we want you to know that this work is about creating a unified framework, one that brings together relationships, character development, and future readiness. And this will happen in consistent ways across our district. What makes this so powerful is not just the people sitting behind me, but it is about adding great service to our campuses. And Dr. Vincent said it earlier, we will have a service model where campuses know that they can count on us, they can depend on us, because the hardest thing for a teacher to deal with is student behavior and not having these systems in place. The hardest thing for a principal to deal with is student behavior and not feeling supported. And I will tell you that these 4 definitely know this work. They've helped us understand how this should look on each campus. And as we continue to do this, the ultimate end is that every student, regardless of their campus or background, is known, supported, and prepared for their future. And in Conroe ISD, That is the Texas standard. We are the Texas standard. Okay. Anything else? Oh, that's it. If you have any questions, this team is prepared to answer.
Dr. Taylor, I have a question right off, because I was looking for it toward the end of the presentation and I didn't see it. One thing worth noting is that we have had these practices in place, this positive behavior reinforcements in this program, I think for over 8 years now. We've been working through implementing that. So I feel like this is a rebranding of that. So can you tell me, one thing I don't see is how are we going to be measuring the results quickly so that we see the effectiveness of this approach? Because I don't see that here.
Okay, that's a good question. One of the things we're going to do in our new structure, which is how we're designed in our department, we will have a person assigned to each feeder. And in that feeder, they're going to monitor discipline referrals. They're going to monitor student outbursts. We will have numbers to support this work because our goal is to decrease discipline referrals. Our goal is to keep kids in class, and our goal is to retain teachers. And so we will have a person responsible for that so that we can prove that this works. It's one thing to put together an amazing presentation and to have good systems in place, but we will have measurable ways to ensure that this is working. And we will be happy to bring that to the board periodically.
I was just going to ask that.
I want to add, I will be
Yes,
looking for that.
definitely.
Because that's
Yes.
going to be what we don't
We'll have
measure.
it.
What's the slogan? What we
What
don't
we
measure.
promote, we permit.
Well, but
Yes.
if we don't measure it, we can't change it. So
Yeah.
I'm going to
Yes.
need measurement on this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay.
And you and I discussed this as well, but getting that feedback, I don't know what the time frame will be, like how much time is a good rotation for you to
Yeah.
give us feedback, but we will definitely.
We'll set
look
some
into it.
parameters, and I could share those with you. I mean, obviously, the first couple of weeks of school will be establishing routines and getting kids in place, and we'll have some clear time frames where we're looking at these numbers. So, yes.
I'll say we've seen it in multiple campuses. I've used Dr. Todd's. Dr. Todd, you also worked with York. You've worked with a variety, and others have done this as well. But by setting those standards clearly at the very beginning of the school year, and our staff having stuff prepared for them that is standard across our district, the support and also standard is just, that's huge. And that goes back to the quality of work environment. It goes back to being able to educate those students. And also, I remember someone stating these outbursts in classrooms, we're going to stop evacuating classrooms and stopping instruction and address the issue that we need to at hand and keep our instruction.
Exactly. And what you? Oh, I'm sorry. Go
I
ahead.
I also want to be sure, because I don't see anything mentioned as far as how we are equipping our school administrators to not only positively reinforce behaviors, but some have to be negatively reinforced. So with swift consequences. So that, I think I mentioned it to you. You were in our small group when we discussed bringing in other help. My focus, I think our focus as a district should be on bringing back discipline to the campus so that these behaviors are reduced greatly, because that will improve our teacher retention. That's one thing. It's not the pay, it's not the schedule, it's not the work overload, it's the discipline in the classroom. We've heard it time and time again. Or it's the behavior in the classroom because of the lack of the swift discipline. And so that's one thing I'm really focused on as a trustee, because we answer for that. When we talk about teacher retention, we talk about classroom safety, campus safety. Those are the concerns I'm hearing from the parents and from the community, from our staff. So that's one thing I really want to see us focus on.
Definitely.
Can I just add
Okay.
to that real quick? Sorry. It sounds like the Texas standard, we're trying to be proactive, right? And reaching these kids and building relationships and trying to motivate and give them hope, right? To prevent some of these outbursts from happening. That's what I'm hearing, correct?
That's the goal.
But I think also, I'm just reminded of Dr. Vincent's blog that you wrote about HB6 and what we are doing to address discipline, like what Trustee Duncan is talking about. Can you just give a few bullet points
Well,
of
the thing is
what
that-
we are doing that's not just PBIS?
Well,
but
the first thing was is
things
that K through 2 can actually be, we can have out-of-school suspension, and so that's now the rule, and that we use that now. You know, the process for room clearing is important as far as all that stuff goes, and then parents as partners. You know, there's a responsibility that they have to take action as far as that goes, and you know, in all of those pieces and parts that we got done was with the notion that we do want to make sure that everybody makes the investment in the kid, not just us, and so that there's standards. Because before, you know, a kindergarten through second grade kid just had to stay at school. We couldn't do anything about it, and so now we can.
Yes, now we can and we should. And so I would like to see that just implemented, not only with just seeing what we've been doing, but that's the whole purpose of House Bill 6, right?
Absolutely. Well, the thing is to prevent behavior and protect teachers, and also to have consequences with the processes. And you know, we've come a long way with that.
Okay.
And that's a big.
Thank you.
And I will say that our four principals behind us will be very instrumental in this work in helping train every principal in this campus. You have in front of you a copy of our teacher training guide that will be presented to every campus by campus principals. And we know that our number one goal is to be student-centered and build those relationships, but I can guarantee you neither one of these principals behind me are giving suckers to kids that misbehave. Like, we have systems in place, and they will definitely help us train so that we could train all of our administrators to understand that balance. We love our kids, we want to build relationships, but we definitely will hold them accountable. Okay, any more questions? They are amazing. Yes, okay. All right.
Thank you all so much.
Okay.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay.
And I'm sorry for those that couldn't attend because of space tonight.
That's true. Thank you.
No, she said they were very disappointed to not be here. All right, moving on to Ms. Garza's presentation on receive the 26-27 budget information.
Finally, I've been waiting for this all night.
Well, good evening, President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Vincent. It's my pleasure to be here this evening to provide you a preliminary update on the 26-27 budget. Please know that we do understand that behind many of the numbers on this slide are dedicated staff members with families and financial responsibilities. And while we wish that we could retain all programs and initiatives, that is not the reality of where we are financially. As Dr. Vincent mentioned earlier, that every decision we made leading up to this evening has been done with care and thoughtfulness and centered on the classroom and support for our campuses. So just keep that in mind as we go through this evening. I want to thank the leadership team behind me and our finance staff for all of the work that they have put in to get us here this evening. We have spent hours in conference rooms sitting together, combing through staffing rosters, looking at positions, and all of this work has been done with thoughtfulness and care, and we couldn't do it without this amazing group of people, and so thank you for all of your help. So I wanted to start off this evening by addressing the projected initial $8 million budget deficit that has been very highly publicized in the newspaper and on social media. In late January, early February, we began looking at our revenue and expenditure projections for the upcoming school year. And at this point in time, we're looking at things in broad categories, like what is going to impact our revenue budget coming into the new school year? What are some of the major categories that are going to impact our expenditure budget for the upcoming school year? We're putting placeholders in at this point in time. We've not been through the staffing process. And you can see the items on the screen that were considered on the revenue side and on the expenditure side. We were looking at adding an additional $2 million in revenue and an additional $10 million in expenditures. So you can see very quickly we realized that we had some adjustments we need to make. And Trustee Gambino, I've heard you say it many times, we have the information, so now what? And that is when we began to develop a plan based on results from the staffing study, based on feedback from our campus leadership teams, and all of the things that we have been working on that culminate to this budget season that we're in. So we began the work of planning, and that is what you'll see this evening.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
These are both deficit projections, right? Both of these columns, because a decline of 700 students wouldn't bring in revenue, so that
Correct. So
wouldn't be a
those are
positive 2
all
million.
things combined, right? So some of them are going to be reducing revenue, some of them are going to bring in revenue. So as a net total, at that point in time, we were looking at a $2 million increase in revenue.
Because we're
But-
losing 700 students?
Well, there's special ed stat formula changes that are going to increase revenue, and then weighted funding changes will also increase revenue. So the net change in all of those things that we were considering was $2 million increase in revenue. And when we adopted a balanced budget last year, so if we're looking at a $2 million increase in revenue and a $10 million increase in expenditures, that's where the $8 million difference came in when we were initially planning. I'm done. All right, so this is our budget timeline. The process that I was just describing was happening back in January. We are now in April. Since that time, we have received the final results of our demography study by campus. We then used that information to prepare our campus enrollment projections and do our staffing allocations at the campuses, and then we've pretty much completed our district staffing allocations. We may see some additional refining of that as we move through the upcoming months. But we are now in April, and then you'll see the milestones that we have ahead. We should have preliminary property values at the end of this month. We plan to bring the compensation plan for your approval at the June board meeting. That will allow our staff in payroll and HR time over the summer to get those changes in place. And then we will take it to the district level planning and decision making committee in July, and then July 25th is when we get our certified property values. We will start the tax rate calculation process with the state, and then in August we will bring the final budget and tax rate for your consideration and adoption at that time. So while this has been a challenging budget season, I think there are a lot of things in our district that we need to celebrate from a financial standpoint. In late 2024, we discovered that the $17 million hold harmless calculation error by the state. That helped us bridge that gap. In 24-25 is when we adopted a $12 million deficit budget. In addition, we transferred a significant amount of money to our health fund that year to help shore up the fund. And so this $17 million helped us bridge that gap for the deficit budget and for the amount that we had to transfer to the health fund. As Mr. McCord mentioned earlier, through the work of Juan Melendez and Dana Boyer and their teams, we have been able to secure over $7 million in grant funding to expand our bus purchase beyond the $12 million that was authorized in the 2023 bond. Marshall Schroeder and Desiree Smith in our office, Marshall Schroeder in the maintenance department, have worked diligently over the last almost 2 years to recover almost $1 million of FEMA funding from damages that we occurred during Hurricane Beryl. That'll be 2 years in July. So they've been working on this process for 2 years. It is a very tedious process, working on a FEMA claim, and they have been able to recover about 75% of what we incurred in terms of damages through that hurricane. So that is a financial win for us. And then worth mentioning is our dedication to maintaining that 28-cent tax rate. When we passed the 2023 bond, we promised our voters 28 cents is all we would do for the debt service tax rate. Since that time, there have been legislative changes that have impacted our property value calculation on the debt service side. We have been very intentional and diligent about seeking out refunding opportunities and all that we can do to maintain that 28-cent tax rate that we have promised our voters. So we are constantly looking for ways to save money, to stretch the dollars we have, and be good stewards of our taxpayer money. So these are the budget assumptions moving into 27-28. We're looking at budgeted student enrollment of 72,800. We used 73,500 when we adopted the budget this year. So that is a budgeted decline in enrollment of 700 students. ADA percentage will remain at 93%. We're using a 5% property value growth. And then our projected tax rate will be 0.9348, and that is based on that 5% property value growth. House Bill 3 that was passed in 2019 has that compression on the M&O Tier 1 tax rate, so we will continue to see compression if we grow more than 2.5% in property values. So 5% generates just almost a penny and a half decrease in that tax rate. We won't know that final value until July when we get certified values. So our considerations moving into 26-27 enrollment, obviously we are looking at flat or stagnant enrollment for the first time since I've been here in 20 years. So this is new territory for all of us. We are opening 3 new campuses in the coming year or two, with an August opening and one with a January. Our House Bill 2 funding model that was passed this last legislative session has essentially shifted the timing and eligibility of raises to the state. They're deciding when and how much raise we give to employees based on the funding that they have provided, and then our growing special education population, and then the unknown impact of education savings accounts. So this is our enrollment graph over the last 10 years, and you can see it has definitely flattened out. So
Ms.
while,
Garza,
yes?
do you mind, I'm just going to make a statement on this, that from the research I've been doing, I'm noticing that we're not alone.
We are not alone.
Actually, we are more stagnant, whereas many of the districts across the state are decreasing rapidly.
Yes, so that leads me into this slide. Yes.
Yeah, okay, I'll let
These
you,
are the
sorry,
top
go
10
right ahead.
districts in terms of enrollment in the state, and this is their 2024 enrollment compared to 2025 enrollment. And you can see, while we are facing some challenges, there are districts across the state that are facing much bigger challenges than us. So our financial constraints, we are not alone. And Amy, when she comes up and talks about the pay study, she'll talk about what she's seeing in other districts in terms of pay increases for next year, because the money is just not there. Just a couple examples: Fort Bend ISD is looking at a $47 million deficit. Austin ISD, $181 million deficit. So while, like I said, while we have challenges, there are districts that are facing much bigger challenges than we are. So we are not alone in this. This is our tax rate history over the last 5 years. That 0.9348 estimated for next year. And then our projected tax rate by maintenance and operations and debt service. And this is our projected revenue increase for next year. 2.2 million of that coming from tax revenue increase, state funding staying relatively flat with beside the changes from House Bill 2 for the intensity-based formula changes for special ed, as I mentioned earlier. We won't know exactly what that looks like. They're estimating a 4% increase statewide. So I kind of looked at that in terms of what our allocation is and backed off a little bit just so we can be conservative. So we've got a $2.3 million placeholder in there for that. And then teacher incentive allotment and TRS on behalf, those are pass-through items that you'll see an offsetting revenue item that matches them exactly, because that's money that comes in and goes right back out. So now we're going to head into the compensation plan discussion. Amy Campbell is here to talk through our pay study results, and she's going to be fairly brief on this because we know there's not a lot we can do this year with the compensation plan, but she's going to talk about the results of the study.
Thank you. I'm a little taller than you, Karen. I got to bump it up. Hi, good evening. Amy Campbell, Director of HR Services at TASB. I was doing the math. I think this is year 15 presenting to y'all. There may have been 1 year in there during the pandemic where I didn't come, but it's I've been with y'all for a very long time. As Karen mentioned, you're not alone in not being able to do as much as you might like. Of the 10 largest districts in the state, including you, I'm doing compensation planning for 4 of them, including some that she mentioned, and things are difficult all around. So each year we collect your employee pay data. We match it up to market data that we collect from districts across the state, as well as to third-party sources that we purchase data from. And then we build models for improvement. In a year like this one, where perhaps you can't do as much improvement as you might like, it's still important to know how you compare to the market, so you know what your challenges will be, what strategies you could use that may not involve lots of big adjustments. The market is still going to move, even if other large districts are not giving big pay increases. There is a variety of adjustments that districts are doing, and not everyone is in a stagnant position. However, large districts certainly are. The goal would be to have as many people as possible, as many employees as possible within the district, as close to market as possible. And so that's both aligning your structures to market and aligning individual pay to market. You'll see in a moment when we look at market comparisons that you're not in a very bad position whatsoever. And so it's more, I guess, a case of maintaining where you're at and not losing ground. This text is super tiny because you have so many market peers, but there's these have been the same for many years. I think one thing to note is that some of your peers who have been very tiny and maybe less competitive are now growing and more competitive. I think New Caney is the highest starting salary in the state, which is unusual. That used to be DFW district. So, in addition to your local market peers, because you are such a large district, we want to compare central administration roles to similarly sized districts so that we're getting apples to apples matches. And then I mentioned the third-party sources. We do purchase data from 2 non-school market data sets so that we can factor in other jobs outside of K-12 market values for those other jobs where you are competing elsewhere. Speech pathologists, technology jobs, custodians. I mean, there's lots of positions that you're not only competing with other districts. Teachers, demographics, this is something we look at each year, and your experience is pretty comparable to what we see across the state. 51% of your teachers and librarians have 10 or fewer years of experience. That is very standard and nothing of concern or issue here. I would just note that certainly you want to maintain a competitive teacher pay so that you can maintain the experience staff that you have. So I want to note this is 24-25. I wanted to show you just how much, even though pay increases changed a lot this year with teacher retention allotment, your position has maintained roughly the same at each of the surveyed years. So notice there's a big gap between the market median in 24-25 and then Conroe ISD teacher salaries. 25-26 looks much the same except at starting salary. So that is a place where you did gain ground. But for the most part across the board, you're at roughly $2,000 below market median value. And I want to remind you, median is the middle of all of your market values. And so you're about $2,000 below the middle of your market group. So those numbers are here shown in the very bottom row. You're equal with market at starting now. It was much further below last year, but you have gained ground there. But the numbers, the dollar value difference from market at each of those points is roughly the same as last year. So the good news is you didn't lose any ground. The bad news is you didn't gain any either. So for the other job groups, I want to, I'll go through this one in slightly more detail than speed through the following. The pay group on the left is just the name of the job family. So it's people performing the same work grouped together. The next column is your pay compared to market value on average. The column after that is your pay structure to market. So I think of those as people's pay to market is how well you're paying your current staff. Think of that as the retention factor. The next column is your pay structure compared to market. Think of that as the recruitment factor. So when you post a vacancy, how competitive are those rates? For the most part, these groups are compared pretty similarly. Where your structure is very competitive, actual pay is slightly lower than that. For non-exempt jobs, these are your hourly employees. Again, pretty similar where your pay is lower to market, but your structures are good. It's just a matter of getting people further into the range to pay closer to market, but that takes money to do, and so that may be something to tackle in a future year. Cost models you'll see are more austere than you're probably accustomed to seeing. Model 1 would be a total cost of $695,000, but similar to what you were shown a moment ago about pass-through funds, $673,500 of that would essentially be pass-through teacher retention allotment funds. leaving that small difference as a cost for teacher pay equity adjustments. So staff in the admin education group, think counselors, assistant principals, because the teacher retention allotment increase was so significant, there are some staff who just need a bump to get equal to what they would make as a teacher. And then Model 2 is the only difference is that teacher step increases are costed out in this model. So everyone would move up a step as they gain a year of experience. And then you have a lot of teachers beyond the structure. They would get a small adjustment equivalent to what experienced teachers in the would get as a step. And sorry, I should point out that total cost is $2.563 million. That was super fast, so I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we plan to bring the compensation plan for your consideration at the June regular board meeting. We do have Model 2, which is the $2.5 million price tag built into the current budget. Now you have the discretion to choose Model 1 or Model 2 or any version of each of them when we do approve the final compensation plan, but we do have the more expensive model that steps teachers built in already to give us some flexibility there. So these are our proposed 26-27 personnel changes, and while yes, you do see some negative full-time equivalent numbers on here, I want to reassure you and the community that no employee will lose their job. The positions that have been reallocated or removed, these employees have been placed. They've got a placement at a campus in a classroom. HR is actively monitoring this list. This is a fluid process as employees are applying for other jobs or making decisions about what they want to do next year. So we are working through that. No one will lose their job. We will find a home for everyone. So we do understand that there are people behind these numbers, and we are helping to find placements for them. So the central office restructure that Dr. Landry and Dr. Vinson worked through earlier in the evening, that is a net change in FTEs of 28.5 at a savings in the general fund of $1.536 million. Our campus staff, a total reduction of 51 FTEs, and this is made up of a multiple things. That budgeted student enrollment of 73.5 to 72.8. That shows up in our campus allocation process. So we're looking at how that enrollment lands at all campuses, in all grade levels, in all programs, and then we're staffing according to our formulas. So there were savings there because we're actually seeing a decrease in budgeted student enrollment. And then the removal of the instructional coach model at the 7 to 12, that was savings. And then the increases that we're seeing in campus staff would have come from those new campuses, the opening of Arnold and Fowler in August, and then that mid-year opening of Grand Oaks 9. So that all of that rolled up is a net reduction of 51 FTEs at a savings of $4.7 million. We have 11 contingency units built into the budget. That gives us flexibility when students start arriving in August and we may have missed a projection here and there, or we need to place additional staff at campuses if we under-projected enrollment. We do a fantastic job of moving staff around. If we, especially at the elementary level, if we've over-projected at a campus and we may not need an allocation, Shelley Winkler does a fantastic job of moving those staff allocations around to where we might need them. So we do a lot of work to make sure that we have our employees placed appropriately. We're only doing the best we can now initially in the planning process because we're projecting where kids are going to show up, and then when they actually show up, we'll do the movement accordingly to make sure that we're utilizing the staff appropriately. And then our special education staff, the $3.2 million that was shared in the homecoming plan, that is a net increase of 34.5 FTEs. And then operations and support staff, 38 FTEs. The primary driver in there is custodians and police. So 34 of those 38 employees are custodians for those 3 new campuses, and then police support for those 3 new campuses at an estimated cost of $2.25 million. So a total FTE change of 4 at a cost of $88,000.
Can I ask a question really quick?
Yes.
Regarding the special education staff, we were increasing by $3.2 million. But does that cover everything the special education needs?
No.
Not at all.
Can you tell me how
Their-
much they
Their
actually
requests, when
need?
we initially they presented a Plan A, B, and C. Their Plan A was $17 million worth of positions. So we gave Kendra what we could, and they make it work. So
And
she does a
Homebound helped
fantastic
to
job. Yes.
Even out.
Yes.
And spread out.
But again, it's that legislative bucket we need to be including and
Mhm.
talking about whatever it is in definitive terms about specific things.
Now, will that potentially come to us once we have our data reported at the end of this year and can see actual numbers?
Right,
Like you
and
mentioned the PEMS
we
data.
could make mid-year adjustments if we wanted to. We would bring those back to you if that number turns out to be way higher than we thought it would, or we could hold on to it for 27, 28. And I'm going to show you, kind of looking ahead, what we could be facing for 27, 28.
Great.
So this is our projected expenditure budget increase of 8.36 million, those staffing changes of 0.08. As I mentioned, the compensation plan, my number's a little higher than what Amy shared, but I have benefit costs rolled into that number because as we increase pay, there's increased benefit costs that go along with that. We have a placeholder in there for the behavior support program that we were going to discuss at this month's meeting, and it was pushed. So if that's a placeholder, we've got the money set aside for it. The communities and schools of 0.42, and then other expenses, the largest item in there is utilities for those 3 new buildings, and then the other 2 pass-through items for teacher incentive allotment and TRS on behalf. So total estimated expenditure increase of 8.36 million. So this is all of it put together, revenue and expenses. We are bringing you a balanced budget. And we don't anticipate a lot of change in this. Between now and August, we may do some additional refining of staff, and obviously as our revenue projections continue to develop. But we should be in this ballpark, but we will maintain a balanced budget. So looking ahead to 27, 28, we are projecting continued static enrollment moving into that year. We have 4 campuses opening that year, and large campuses at that. That's going to be a significant cost to staff those campuses, to provide utilities for those campuses, supplies. We have athletic programs, UIL programs. We're talking about high schools, junior highs, 9th grade campuses. So there's going to be a significant cost related to that. The fast growth allotment, that's an allotment that we received from the state for being one of the fastest growing districts. It looks at a growth over a 6-year period, and because we have flattened out, that number is continuing to decline. So we're trying to keep pace with all the other districts that are growing, but we could potentially lose between 5 and 9 million in funding. So if we're having to increase costs to staff those 4 new campuses, and we're going to be losing between 5, it could be a challenging year. Obviously, it is a legislative year, so additional funding could be coming, but I just wanted to put that on your radar. And we will not be alone in this, right? So this is something that districts are going to be experiencing across the state. So these are some of the initial items that we have identified as potential legislative priorities moving into the 90th legislative session. Of course, our special education growth 15% year over year for the last few years. You can see where we're projecting to be in 26, 27. The green bar represents what our allotment is. The blue bar represents what we are actually allocating to special education. Dyslexia, same thing. And then this is the transportation number we were talking about earlier. So these are 3 buckets of money that we will be targeting this session with your help to get additional funding, and then we'll look at safety and security. But if they were to fill the buckets on these 3 alone, it would be an additional $58 million in funding. So imagine what we could do with $58 million. So these are some of the things that we'll be looking at, and we'll be helping you with literature and whatnot to help spread the word to our legislators. So fund balance analysis, this is something we like to always look at. This is our savings account. Our stated goal is to maintain between 20 and 25%. In our savings account, we are projected to be at an unassigned fund balance at the end of this fiscal year at $150.8 million. Our target is $154 million based on our preliminary budget, so we are slightly shy of that target. And this is projected based on an $8 million transfer to the health fund. We'll see how that plays out for the rest of the fiscal year. We are currently running a $5 million deficit. through the end of March. So if we can maintain or hold that with a $3 million loss for the rest of the year, this is where we should end up. But we're early in the process in terms of projecting where we're going to be for year end. But this is one of those things that the bond rating agencies look at, and this is important to them. So this is one of those things that we're going to have to focus on when we get out of the healthcare business, building up that fund balance again, and getting it back to that stated goal of 20 to 25%. So what's next? I went through this earlier. This is kind of where we're falling in the process. These are the milestones that we have left in this year's budget process. And I'll take any questions that you have.
Can you go back to that last slide since we're already there? That April 20, the budget update, that was an update, okay. Thank you. Just to make sure I saw it.
And I just want to reiterate that fund balance deficit that I hate to use that word because, but that's what it is. We're short in where we would like to be.
Correct.
That is strictly because of medical expenses.
Yes, so
it's not from spending, it's just covering healthcare costs.
that is correct. So if you take into consideration last year and what we could potentially have to move this year, that's $15 million over 2 years. So if that money was in our savings account, we'd be in a very different position here.
And the last thing on that is that we've kind of thought about that and factored that, but if it goes higher than that, that drops us even lower.
Correct.
And doesn't that increase over the summer months when teachers are out
It
and can see their
typically
doctors?
is higher over the summer.
Yes,
So
just want to make a point on that.
I'm trying to be hopeful.
I have a question for, sorry, go ahead.
Mine was just, it's not related to that, though, if
Yes,
it's
go
related
ahead.
to that.
Go ahead, Trustee May.
I don't think it was related directly to
okay.
that.
Okay.
Mine was about the cost model 1 and the cost model 2. You said that you're going to bring a balanced budget, but those are obviously different cost models. The first one, it doesn't include, I guess, when you say step up, was that the additional pay that was given to teachers with 5 years or more?
So Model 1, the $673,000 cost, or $695,000, that one is just giving the statutorily required raise to those teachers that hit that 3 and 5 year mark. That's what Model 1 is. Model 2 is that, plus doing that step adjustment for all teachers.
That we did last year.
The normal step, right? So if they move from 15 years to 16 years, they get that incremental $300 to $500 bump.
That we put in, the local bump.
Well, it would be locally funded, yes.
The locally funded bump. So
Yes.
I guess if you're bringing in a balanced budget, it wouldn't include that because there's a cost difference between Model 1 and Model 2.
I have Model 2. I have the more expensive model built into the budget right now. So if we decide not to do Model 2 and do Model 1, that gives us a $2 million difference. We can either
Cushion.
leave it for 27, 28. We can back off on our revenue projections, or
Fund balance.
That is correct. Yes.
So they would get like a lesser paycheck if we did that?
They would get this. The 3 and 5 year would get their adjustment to make sure that they're at that statutorily required amount. When they hit that 3, with the rest of the teachers would essentially have the same salary moving into the next year, as all other employees.
So it was funded for the 3 and 5 years.
Correct.
Anything outside of that we would have to come up with it.
Correct.
Got it.
And so that increase in revenue is built into that state revenue number that I've got on the screen. So we've already taken that into account.
Thank you.
That we should generate additional funding for those teachers that are going to hit that 3 and 5 year mark.
I just have a question. I think it'll be for Dr. Vinson. It's back on the slide 2026-27 projected expenditure budget increase, where it talks about communities and schools, where we've taken that away. And we heard from numerous constituents tonight that were concerned about that, including a student that, by the way, did an excellent job during citizen participation. Do we have plans to fill the gap for what has been taken away with community?
Actually, Dr. Taylor and I are working on that. We gave you that crosswalk about what they were doing. And what we're trying to do now is determine, there's some specific areas like Caney Creek and the areas that were really, impacted by that. Because, we promised you that we would maintain those services. And for that, we got mentor program, we got all those kind of things that are going to remain intact. We're going to have to go nuance that, and it might be a half of an FTE or those kind of things. It's margin. There actually was, an offer by a foundation to provide the training. Of course, you give up control in a lot of those kind of situations. But I mean, those are those things. So we're actually in the beginning stages of trying to figure out. Dr. Stickler actually asked us to reconsider that kind of component. So we really are looking at it. And guys, every situation, we are really trying to find every way we possibly can to help out. And so
Appreciate that. If we could just make sure to not only communicate to the board, but
Oh, no.
also to the community.
We will.
So that they also understand
Yeah.
that as well.
And I really do like the communities and schools folks. I mean, I had a great relationship with them. But the thing is that it's just like we're on a, I'm not a panic guy, and I'm a positive guy. But these are, we need to be concerned about where we're at because the financial cliff, especially for some of these other school districts, is quite concerning to me.
And
it
if
should
I
be.
could just make one statement, I want to just say this from the dais because I say this over and over again, but it just cannot be said enough, that prior to last legislative session, Commissioner Morath stated to both chambers that there was a $1.7 billion gap in funding for special education per year in the state of Texas. And the legislature was able to give $850 million on the biennium. So
Well, absolutely.
I
And the
think we
thing-
left some business on the table there. So I think we're.
And I think that's what we, articulating that not in and above the notion of what those expenses are, when we look at that bucket, just that tiny expenditure piece of the puzzle, as far as when they do the weighted funding, as far as that goes, and then it's missed by that makes a big difference, but it's so hard to explain. Well, our goal, our job, our planner focus is to make that easy to understand, in addition to the notion of what it really costs to educate hyper-aggressive children that need our help or residential care. And so we're going to, I have quite a spreadsheet that I've been making myself, man. We will combine and make some differences.
Okay, if there's no further questions, then we'll move on to our last item on the agenda for the most part, planning and construction. Mr. McCord, I know that you've asked to table A, B, C, D for the evening. Is that correct, based on discussion that we had regarding more
Yes.
research, more information coming forward?
That's correct.
Are you in support of that, I guess is what I'm asking? Okay. All right, so do we need to take a vote on that? All right. I'm going to make a motion to table A, B, C, D so that we can get further information from planning and construction to move forward on this and bring it back at the May 12th meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion that you need to have on that? All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and take the vote. All those in favor of that, please show by the uplift of hands. All right, the motion carries 7-0. Moving on to item 11E, consider and approve annexation of San Jacinto Elementary site into MUD 111 and authorize the superintendent to negotiate.
So President Oldwell and members of the board, Dr. Vinson, board policy CV local delegates the authority to the superintendent to execute agreements for public utilities that serve our campuses. San Jacinto Elementary, when originally built in 1980, 46 years ago, was out in the country on FM 1314 when FM really meant something, farm to market. It had no utilities, so Conroe ISD built a wastewater treatment plant and a well to serve that campus so they could have school. Ardavia, the development of Ardavia, has developed up to San Jacinto's property line, and they have utilities Conroe ISD can connect to and use in the form of MUD 111. MUD 111 is the key. This transaction would potentially allow us to recover a half acre of land on the northeastern portion of the property that would allow us to build a needed parking lot and also to give the students a gymnasium. It would also avert, in a not too far distant future, $1.2 million in life cycle work that would need to occur on the well and the wastewater treatment plant on that site. The board item is to have the board sign a single document that authorizes Dr. Vinson to execute documents related to this transaction. This single document will be submitted with our petitions for annexation to MUD 111. It will also go to the City of Conroe to release us from their ETJ, the Texas Attorney General, and the MUD 111 Board. That's what we're asking for tonight.
Do I have a motion to accept as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All right, is there any discussion? All those in favor show by the uplift of hands. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCord. Okay, moving on, normally on item 12, we would take future agenda items, but now with our new process in place of filling out the agenda request items, we don't need to do that, so we'll be making that adjustment on future board meetings, and seeing no further business, this meeting is adjourned, and the time is 10:47. And I just say, I'm just going to say, very important, all aligned items on our agenda today that needed to be heard in conjunction.
And that's the thing, that everything was tiered and structured. I promise it's going to be shorter, and we're going to, I promise.
Thank you. The time is 10:48.